would you stay inside the headset if you could, there were two paths before you. Path number one is you completely exit the headset and inside the game world, the simulation, your avatar falls over and basically appears dead. But you are now like out chilling with the consciousness, or you return to the consciousness as maybe you become aware of your oneness with the consciousness. That feels like the right way to sum up the way you see it. Yes?
Yeah, I think that idea is can't be dismissed out of hand. I think it's a very interesting idea, and I don't have a better one right now. So yes, it feels to me like I'm not my body. My body is just an avatar.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in virtual reality, and
you
see
do feel that.
No, I would. Well, I think that I'll say that. I'm very much attached to my body, and if something hurt my body, I would be panicked and so forth. So I don't feel like I'm not my body, absolutely. But when I'm thinking intellectually and coolly about things, if something actually happens to me, if I'm in a car wreck, it's a different story. But just thinking intellectually about it, and maybe if I meditated more, I would actually feel that way. But I don't. But just intellectually, it seems, I don't know. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah.
So I asked that part of it because what I'm really trying to get to is if you could return to oneness with consciousness or stay in the matrix, but be like Neo, where now you know how to bend it to your will.
Would I?
Which would you prefer?
Well, my guess is at death, we take off the headset and maybe we lose a lot of stuff that was in the headset, but we don't. But we're still aware. We're just not tacked into the headset anymore. That's my best guess. And so there, I'm completely open to being wrong, deeply wrong. But there are near-death experiences that may or may not point to that kind of thing that people have. I'm going to be being part of I'm part of a film where they discuss near-death experiences, and so I talk about that possibility in the film from this point of view, and so if I were a physicalist, it's real clear there. If the brain is somehow creating consciousness, then when the brain is dead, there's no consciousness. This other view that says consciousness creates space-time and brains as just headsets has open to it that my consciousness, where I put my in quotes, the consciousness that's looking through this avatar does not perish when the avatar perishes. That's certainly open to this point of view. That's not what motivated the point of view, but it certainly is open to it. So intellectually, I'm open to that point of view. Emotionally, I fear death. So even though intellectually it seems quite reasonable, I have the Darwinian fear of death that's wired into me, and that's part of the game.
So there's two buttons before you. One, rejoin the consciousness. And let's say for now, that really is what happens. So you would maintain a sense of awareness, but all of your sense of self is gone forever. Or you stay in the matrix, knowing that it's fake, knowing that you're in the headset, but you have special powers. Which button do you press?
I would probably go for the new stuff. I would probably 3 dimensions of space, 1 dimension of time feels quite confining to me. I feel like we got a cheap headset, and this is a fairly cheap simulation that we're in, and I would love to see what else is on offer. For example, when I'm trying to solve some mathematical problems, I can imagine a 3-dimensional shape, but I can't imagine a 4-dimensional shape. And we had to do some of the problems we're solving. We have to look at the geometries of things in 6 or 9 or more dimensions, and we can't just sort of imagine it and figure out what's going on. We have to crawl our way up to the geometry by theorem proof. We actually have to prove our way. So we're like blind men filling the elephant with theorems and proofs to understand the geometry. I would love to have a headset where I could just see in a glance everything about 9-dimensional space. And you can't do that with our current headset. And why stop at 9 dimensions? Why not be able to just see in 30 or 1,000 or a billion dimensions?
Do you, though, think that inherent in the way that you think about that, it still requires you to be you? Because I'll think about this a lot. If you've ever seen the movie Freaky Friday,
Oh, right.
I think about this a lot with my wife. Like, I really, really want to change bodies with her for 24 hours so that she can see what it's like to be me and I can see what it's like to be her. I think I'd be a much better husband if I really understood.
Probably so, yeah.
But the reality is, the second you change bodies, I would be her.
Right.
And she would be me. There wouldn't be her as me as her.
Right.
And so even if you're right, here's what I think would happen when you take off the headset. The headset is everything you think of as you. Mm-hmm. And that even if you're right, that you can meditate your way to moments like that where you're just pure awareness. Mm-hmm. One, if you're right, all that the consciousness lives to do is cycle through other qualia. So you would either be reincarnated, meaning that you would just pop back up in a new headset, because that's what the consciousness is meant to do, is cycle through all this qualia. And so you would refragment yourself back off, you would pop up, you'd be reincarnated, you'd live life again. Or you would return to the Borg, the beehive, the ant colony, however you want to think about it. You would be reinstantiated as just pure awareness, and all of that loving and clinging and hating and attachment and precious moments and distance and all that, poof, gone. And I find that when people explore these ideas from a religious perspective, they are forgetting that they're mired in the gruesome reality of the human experience. Mm-hmm. And that to transcend that and be in heaven, for instance, and never experience pain again or whatever, you would be so different. You wouldn't recognize or relate to anybody in the same way. And so I have yet to hear any theory whatsoever other than regrowing your biological organs where you actually end up cheating death. Everything else is you die. All of the things you love, poof, go away. Maybe you're exchanging them for something better, but make no mistake, everything goes away.
Well, these are deep waters again, but here's another take on it, and that is that if you and I are just the one looking at itself through avatars, the one is learning whatever it needs to learn through these avatars, and that's not lost on the one. It is now part of the one. That's, in some sense, eternal. And so the reason I would, given the choice that you're asking me to make here, my own predilection would be to say, let's go for something entirely different now. Because in some sense, partly because I'm inquisitive, and I would like to, what is it like to live in a 5-dimensional world? What is it like to have 20 dimensions of color and 1,000 dimensions of emotion instead of just a few that we have? Mm. What is it like? My feeling is that we have the training wheel set version right now of this stuff, really, really small. And so my guess is one possibility is that, look, you and I really are this infinite intelligence, this infinite consciousness. That's what we really are. We're peering through, in this case, very, very simple avatars with very, very simple interfaces. And maybe it's the one saying, this is fun, but when I answer your question this way, maybe it's the one saying, yeah, this is great and it's fun, but there's so much more to explore in different dimensions. Now, I haven't lost whatever I learned in this little interface, and I'm happy for the relationships and the friends and all all the things I learned about war and hate and religion and all that other stuff. All the things that go on here. But that's only a mere, in some sense, trivial projection of this entire Cantor's hierarchy of infinities of potential. This is trivial. And the potential is mind-bogglingly infinite. And so my attitude, let's get on with it. Nothing is lost by moving on, and everything is to be gained. You can see, but again, these are very, very deep waters. I'm not talking theorem and proof here. I'm now speaking very intuitively based on the science as it is in the very initial steps. I should be very, very clear. I mean, all of science has been about the space-time interface until the last 20 years or so. We're taking our very, very first baby steps outside of space-time. And so almost surely all of the ideas that we're having are going to look very naive, a century or two from now. They'll look back and go, yeah, great generation. They were the generation that stepped outside of the space-time interface. Hats off to them. But boy, were their ideas so parochial. They were shedding the interface, but boy, they didn't really understand what they were really doing. That's my guess.
All right. I actually want to spend more time in the intuitive, but is there anything from the paper, any sort of grounded mathematics that you think will ground people in your theory more in a way that will keep the intuitive exploration from just spinning off into la la land?
Well, yeah. So I'll just say in the paper I gave you, and it'll come out on June 24th. It's going to be made, and I'll tweet it when it comes out.
If you made it this far in the interview, read the paper.
Yeah, so it'll be available June 24th, and I'll tweet it when it comes out. It might be a couple days before that. I would say that one of the interesting things we're doing in that paper is we're showing how specific properties of the Markovian dynamics of conscious agents map to specific properties of particles like mass, spin, momentum, and energy. And so I'm not saying we're right, but we now have mathematically precise proposals. So, I mean, for example, these are words that won't make sense, but mass is the entropy rate of recurrent communicating classes of conscious agents.
And just to be clear, what you're saying you can predict now is particle scattering.
This is going to be for particle scattering. And by the way, the reason I'm going after particle scattering is not because I have some fetish for, high energy physics or something like that. That's the simplest place that we can make our first connections with the interface. Particles are the most elementary things that our interface has. That's why I'm going there. They're the simplest thing. I'm not going for brains first because those are countless quadrillions, trillions, whatever of particles. And so that's not the place to start. Let's see if we can get the mathematics and the experimental data for individual particles. So our paper is proposing, and maybe just so that people can show that we're wrong, we'll see. But we have, we say that mass is so-called entropy rate of the recurrent communicating classes, and that then tells us what are massless particles and what are massive particles. And so we're getting very specific predictions that we're going to be making about momentum and spin and energy and mass. So that's why. So this is where rubber hits the road, right? I'm talking all this highfalutin stuff about consciousness leading to the interface. Well, the right questions are: so what is the mass of an electron? What part of your conscious agent dynamics is going to map into what we call mass? What is the spin? Why is there a hyperfine structure in the energy levels of the orbitals of electrons and so forth? We're getting hints at answers to those kinds of questions about like the hyperfine structure. So it's really quite interesting. So again, I would be stunned if we're right, but at least we're precise, so that we can now begin the whole process of saying, okay, at least these hypotheses are precise. So now we can show their limits, try to prove where they reach their limits, and then move on. Or to show that, this is just fundamentally wrong-headed. There's nothing worthwhile. Maybe our definition of mass is just plain wrong. We'll see. But it's intriguing. It's intriguing enough that I have a particle physicist who put his name on the paper with us. Doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean that he's convinced that we're right. But we have a real particle physicist who thinks that if it's wrong, it's not obviously wrong, and it's worth pushing on.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I hope anybody listening to this understands how the scientific method works. I am constantly trying to tell my team, hey, you need to be fearless in the predictions that you make, because you shouldn't hold yourself accountable to always being right. You should hold yourself accountable to always learning and getting a little bit better. So the fact that you're willing to make a precise prediction Your paper is full of mathematics, and it's there for anybody to check. So people will be able to help you find the edges, which is something I've heard you talk about and I really respect about you, is that one, you obviously approach everything with humility, but two, you actively want people to find the edges of your hypothesis, your theory, so that you know where it's wrong so that you can adjust and get more right, which is far more interesting, especially if you sincerely want to understand what's outside of that headset. It's like, well, I would rather realize I'm wrong,
Right.
find out how to get right so that I can actually begin to explore that possibility space versus
Right.
think I'm right, but really I'm wrong and nobody ever helps me come to understand why. I really like that. And I hope everybody listening takes that on in their own life. I think that that's really important. Okay. So I wanted to make sure that you had a second to lay out the grounding there, that this is something that you're seeing in particle physics, that there really is there to pursue, because the intuitive space for somebody like me who's not a mathematician, who, while I use the scientific method in business, I definitely do not consider myself a scientist, but pursuing the intuitive things, pursuing the thought experiments, feels true to Einstein's encouragement to all of us lay people to focus more on imagination than knowledge, right? To really understand how to begin to think through these things. So one of his famous thought experiments was that in a falling elevator, you would feel like you were weightless.
Right.
And that ends up being, it took him years, but he ends up finally putting that together with some other ideas that he had intuited, including if you're traveling at the speed of light and you turn on the flashlight, what happens? And in that spirit, you said something as you were describing the consciousness, and you as an instantiation of that, only to go back to the one. And you said, well, the one is still learning what it needs to learn. And I am like a dog with a bone with that idea. What do you mean needs to learn? What, like when I think about a human,
Right.
it needs to learn
Good.
things to stay alive because it's been given these drives by evolution.
Right.
But what has set up the consciousness that isn't physical
Right.
to need anything?
My guess, again, we're way in over my head, but here we
I love
are.
it. This is
Might
where
as
I
well.
like to take you.
The joy of exploration.
It's just pre-programmed. How it is.
It's just that the one is the only thing that there is, but it's infinitely changing, infinitely. There is self-exploration. It's really infinite self-exploration and looking and enjoying and ever expanding its understanding of itself. It's that would be my.
So you
my guess.
conceptualize it as still moving towards pleasure.
Well, that pleasure is just, in some sense, it's different than an evolutionary thing. So in evolution, and I should say also concretely why it's different. This dynamics of conscious agents does not need to have an arrow of time. So that's really interesting.
Tell me why, because that doesn't seem true.
Okay, the entropy. One can write down a Markovian dynamics in which the entropy does not grow. Straightforward. But it's a theorem, 3-line proof, trivial proof, that any projection of that Markovian dynamics that has no arrow of time, any projection of it that loses information, say by conditional probability, it will give you new dynamics. It'll be a projected dynamics of the original dynamics, and that new dynamics will have an arrow of time because of the loss of information. So the arrow of time, so here's my view. Our experience right now of an arrow of time and of the universe with the Big Bang and then maybe a big crunch or whatever, or entropy death at the end, that whole arrow of time is not an insight at all into what lies beyond space-time. It's an artifact of the projection. Mm-hmm. And from an evolutionary point of view, right, time is the fundamental limited resource, right? If I run out of time before I get to my next meal, If it takes too much time to get my next meal, it's over. If it takes too much time to get my next drink of water, it's over for me. Time is my most fundamental limited resource. So that limited resource of time is not an insight into reality. That's an artifact of projection from a timeless conscious agent dynamics. And that also suggests all the other limited resources, that's all artifacts. So evolution with natural selection is a beautiful theory, but it's the theory of all the artifacts that you see when you do a projection from a realm in which there are no limited resources, there is no competition. But it looks like evolution by natural selection in this projection. It looks like there's an arrow of time. So all of our intuitions right now about learning new stuff, it's going to be very hard for us because our intuitions are deeply shaped right now by our interface where there's an entropy arrow. And in this realm beyond, there need not be an entropy arrow. And so wrapping our heads around what it's like to have the notion of exploration where there's no entropy arrow. Now, I'm not saying I haven't wrapped my head around it, but I do know that the mathematics is there, that the Markovian dynamics does not have to have an arrow of time in the sense of an arrow of increasing entropy. So, and that's, again, one of the points of doing science with precise mathematics. I get emails quite often from people that I think are very, very bright and have really good ideas, and they don't know how to take them and make them precise. And as a result, you can never surprise yourself. You can never, like Einstein, when he had his idea about, you mentioned the falling elevator and so forth, and so he had that, I don't know, in 1907 or something like that, 1906, and he worked for years to take that idea and make it mathematically precise, 1915. And he learned tons and tons of what at the time was state-of-the-art, fairly new math. It was hard for him. Sleepless nights, pulling his hair out, really working hard to take his good intuition and turn. So he finally wrote down in mathematics in 1915. And a year later, a guy named Schwarzschild wrote back to Einstein and said, here's a solution to your equations. And they predict what we now call black holes. Now, Einstein didn't foresee that. He didn't like it. He didn't believe it. He disbelieved in black holes. He wanted to get rid of them. So Einstein's theory came back and surprised him. And that's why it's so important for us to do science, because what we do is we take our best ideas that we have right now, and then we make them mathematically precise. And then the mathematics comes back and it slaps us in the face and says, here are the implications of the ideas that you started with, implications that you simply couldn't think deeply enough about on your own, but the mathematics can take you where your own, just consciousness wouldn't necessarily go. And so here's one of those directions with this notion of conscious agents. The dynamics need not have increasing entropy. And so our whole intuition about an arrow of time need not hold in this realm. And so when we talk about the notion of explore, consciousness exploring for the joy of it, we're going to have to rejig how we think about the notion of, for us, exploration is something that happens in an arrow of time. What does it mean for us? Can we wrap our heads around the notion of exploration where we let go of an increasing entropy kind of thing? I don't know if we can. Maybe you just have to let go of this headset altogether to really get that. But is it possible, while we're under the limits of this headset, to wrap our minds around it? We can at least get pointers to that idea. Our mathematics led to this pointer. And I would never even gone there unless the mathematics took me there. So I would say that it's just like, the amateur astronomer with a pair of binoculars could be brighter than the guy with the James Webb Space Telescope. But he's never going to beat the guy with the James Webb Space Telescope because the guy's got better tools. And that's what science does for you. You may be smarter than Einstein, but if you don't actually put yourself using the tools of mathematics and so forth, that genius will never actually flower in the sense of reaching all the potential implications of what it means. And so that's why we do science the way we do it with mathematical precision, because for two reasons. If our ideas are good, we probably don't understand all their implications, and so the math will come back and it'll be our teacher. And second, certainly our ideas have their limits, and it's hard for us to understand what the limits are. And in good cases, the math will come back and tell us what those limits are. So, for example, Einstein's theory of gravity together with quantum field theory tell us 10 to the minus 33 centimeters, and space-time is over. It has no operational meaning. Who could have guessed? Could you have guessed? Could Einstein have guessed? Oh, yeah, I have an idea about space-time, but at 10 to the minus 33 centimeters, it's going to fall apart. Not even an Einstein could guess that. That would only come through taking your ideas, making them, doing the travail. I mean, Einstein really, it was a birthing process. It was apparently very, very hard to give birth to general relativity. And many mathematicians working in physics and so forth say the same thing. You're working in the dark, it's hard, you're struggling, and then all of a sudden, if you're lucky, you get that breakthrough and you see things. But then it comes back and you learn the limits of the basic concepts that you started with. And then you reboot from a new set of assumptions.
It's interesting that you say about the set of assumptions. So as we explore this topic, I realize that I think we each have slightly different assumptions, though I think that we're talking well about the topic. But take the arrow of time, for instance. So the thing that I find fascinating about the hypothesis that you put forward is, for me anyway, I don't have the math to back it up. It's definitely land of intuition. But what I find fascinating is, if you're correct, and it's just consciousness is the singular thing, it is, for whatever reason, joy, need to pursue, desire to learn, whatever, it's right, running through all of these qualia. Mm-hmm. And that the tool it uses to do so is this headset. There's an infinite array of headsets, but the one we're in has learned that there's only certain qualia that can be achieved when there is an arrow of time. And that's why I was saying, when you first said that, I was like, I don't know that that's true. Meaning, inside the headset, for at least certain types of qualia, it is clear. In fact, the only thing we know mm-hmm. is that the qualia that we have access to requires the arrow of time. We presume that there are infinite headsets that provide just unimaginable, unknown types of qualia. But the type that we have directly experienced all require the arrow of time.
That's right. And that's we've been shaped basically by our headset to think that way. And if I ask you to imagine a new color that you've never seen before, you can't do it. I mean, again, it's not because there aren't. I mean, pigeons have 4 color receptors. Presumably, pigeons are experiencing colors that no human could even imagine. And maybe the mantis shrimp is seeing stuff that the pigeon can't. And then the birds that see polarization of light, I mean, they're seeing something that what is it like to see polarization of light? I don't know. What is it like to have infrared vision, like certain pit vipers? What is it like to actually experience an electric field, to sense an electric field for some fish or creatures underwater? I mean, what is it like to be a bat doing echolocation? I don't know. I literally have no idea. So these are pointers to me in the headset, we get all these hints of realms of qualia utterly outside anything that I can concretely imagine.
So talk to me about near-death experiences, and then I want to get into psychedelics and whether they are simply another form of qualia of what it's like to be a human who's having that experience, or whether that's actually melting the human away and revealing something closer to being the one again. But what can we learn from near-death experiences? Do you think it's a sort of half return to the one? Or is it just, well, that's what happens in the headset to the brain when you deprive it of oxygen?
Well, from a physicalist framework, clearly the latter is the case, right? So from a physicalist framework, space-time is fundamental and consciousness is a product of the brain. And so any experiences of transcendence, of things going beyond the headset, have to be just the brain malfunctioning in its final throes of death, something like that. But if space-time is doomed, as the physicists tell us, and is not fundamental, then that leaves open the possibility. It doesn't dictate that near-death experiences are genuine insights into some conscious experiences that transcends our space-time interface.
You can reboot your life, your health, even your career, anything you want. All you need is discipline. I can teach you the tactics that I learned while growing a billion-dollar business that will allow you to see your goals through. Whether you want better health, stronger relationships, a more successful career, any of that is possible with the mindset and business programs in Impact Theory University. Join the thousands of students who have already accomplished amazing things. Tap now for a free trial and get started today.
But it certainly is compatible with that point of view. And so I think it's worth, on that framework, to explore the possibility that there are some insights. And I would take any of those reports like we take any kind of eyewitness testimony, right, with a grain of salt. And you try to get corroboration and discount it. But on the other hand, you don't want to just ignore the data either, right? So there's the fine line to be open to get the insights, but not to jump on anything just because it sort of fits your preconceived conceptions. Most of our preconceived conceptions are deeply wrong. We thought the Earth was flat. We thought the Earth was the center of the universe. We thought space and time were fundamental. Wrong, 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 wrong. So we're batting poorly. So anything that, even if we think that consciousness will survive death, what we think about that, the way we think about it, is probably wrong. And so what we have to do is, again, so that's why when I say we're in deep waters here and I'm being very, very careful, these are things that our theory suggests, but I don't want to be at all doctrinaire. I think what I should do is make bold proposals, but they're just proposals. And the goal is to be precise so we can figure out where the proposals are wrong. So in that spirit, the near-death experiences may have some good data about transitions out of this interface in that spirit.
And there's probably commonalities of what people bring back?
Yeah, there are. I mean, there are some commonalities. There's a lot of reports of going through a tunnel, a light tunnel. Some like I think Ray Moody or something like that is famous for categorizing a lot of the similarities in near-death experiences. A life review, and then of course the reports we have are people who came back. So then they came back and so forth. So there are. But there are also some that report horrific. It's just not all reports are great. So someone that we know personally had a near-death experience and was very, very pleasurable, and came back and has no fear. She claims to have no fear of death now. So I don't know. So yeah. Be part of a film that's exploring these near-death experiences. It's put out I think it's the Langone Medical Center in New York. There are some cardiologists who are they work with patients who die, but with new cardiology techniques, they can keep the heart and the body from deteriorating for quite a long time now, an hour or something, or maybe longer, and then they can bring these people back. And so this film is partly directed by a cardiologist who was seeing so many of these experiences that he wanted to document what he's seeing in the ER. And again, I'm not going to be doctrinaire about it, but I think it's data that shouldn't be ignored, and how we should interpret it, we should be very careful.
So if that stuff is real, the prediction that seems to make is that not only is there a sense of consciousness that remains, but that there is sensory perception that holds out for quite a while. Because at least from the things I've heard, people come back with a sense of either it's peaceful or whatever, but that means that they were able to experience that and retain it.
That's right.
Yeah, this gets
It's quite fascinating. Yeah. Again, this is exactly the right scientific way to think about it. This is data, maybe. If it is data, what does it entail about letting go of the headset and what kind of experience we might have afterwards? And is that just a transitional thing, or is it more permanent and so forth?
If you have what I call the only belief that matters, that you can, if you put time and energy into getting better at something, you actually will get better.
Right.
If you believe that, then you'll pursue improvement. If you don't believe that, then you won't, because it wouldn't make any sense.
Right.
So you miss out on fitness payoffs based on your cognitive assessment of how the world works.
Right.
So all of that's fascinating. Okay.
Absolutely.
And important to understand. Where
absolutely.
my brain breaks with your thesis is how different what you perceive is and what the world is like. And I know, and this is where it gets hard, because I think you would say, we don't know what's under space-time.
Right.
But what's your best guess? Like, as we strip away this layer, and this might be the time to talk about consciousness, but I don't want to lead the witness.
Right,
What do you, if it isn't space-time, stab in the dark for me. What the hell is it?
Well, I'll tell you what the physicists are doing on this, because the physicists are the ones who are saying space-time is not fundamental.
So it's there, it's a pointer, it's a representation, it's a data structure.
It's a data structure to something deeper. That's
but
right.
it happens to be the human brain, which is already a data structure. You're already making that up.
Exactly right.
But that data structure represents things through space-time.
Exactly right. That's our headset. Space-time is just our headset.
And it only goes down to is that the Planck length? I always hear you quote a size.
Planck length is 10 to the minus 33
So
centimeters.
that is what you're quoting.
Right, exactly.
And that's the smallest thing that we can measure?
Yeah, that's the smallest thing. That's the smallest scale at which space-time has any operational meaning. If you try to go smaller, space-time ceases to make any operational sense at all.
Because gravity insists that below that things have condensed to too fine of a point, it becomes a black hole?
Yeah, exactly right. You create a black hole.
Okay.
So, and if you think about it,
And we know that isn't true? Like, why can't that just be true? Smaller than that is a black hole. Yay.
well, we know we know that at the Planck scale, space-time stops and you get black holes.
So what's the problem?
Well, black hole is a singularity. It means we don't know what's happening. So you get infinities popping up.
But black holes are real, right?
They're real.
As a data structure.
They're real stopping points in our understanding.
But they're in the universe.
Well, they're.
I know this gets
There are
complicated
theories
because the
about
universe
what
is a
black-
representation.
Oh yeah. So
This is where I want to start hitting
Penrose
myself
and
with a
others
baseball
have been
bat.
studying the properties of black holes, right? Penrose won the Nobel Prize very recently for his wonderful work on black holes. And so there's a lot of work that's being done to understand the properties of black holes. For example, the amount of information you can store in a black hole doesn't depend on its volume, only the surface area.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Yeah, right. It's very, very strange. But that turns out to be true in everyday space. The amount of information that you can store in this volume here is not dependent on the volume. It depends on the surface area. That's the universe we live on. So that's led people to this holographic kind of idea.
Oh, every word out of your mouth. I'm like, we actually are in a simulation. We haven't even talked about the non-local, things are not locally real.
Right.
We'll get to that.
because that's the new Nobel Prize this year.
Which is insane, and literally just says you're in a simulation, and it's the same as rendering. And when you look at something, it renders. When you look away, it doesn't. And we can prove it mathematically.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Way too fascinating. We'll get to that. But first, I want to understand, like, black holes. The word real gets very slippery in this conversation.
Right.
But black holes are observable.
Yes, we
so
took
seems
a picture.
consistent.
Right. So the idea is that the notion of space-time at, like, instead of 10 to the minus 33 centimeters, say 10 to the minus 40 centimeters, what would that mean? It has no meaning. There's nothing you can do with it. So black holes are fine. They're objects there that are at the end point of what space-time can do. But if we say, but I thought space-time was fundamental, that means I should be able to talk about what's happening at 10 to the minus 50 centimeters, and you just cannot. There's no operational meaning. And in that sense,
So you're saying whatever is fundamental will be able to tell you exactly what's happening inside of a black hole.
Well, or it will tell you that this whole framework in which black holes appear is the wrong framework.
And thusly, black holes are just a data structure for something else that is describable once you get outside
Once
of
you get out of
space-time.
And you know, it's hard for us to think outside of space-time. Like
Yeah, can we beat this point to death for a second? Because this one was a breakthrough for me when I realized I always thought of the Planck length as like so infinitesimally small that like we should all be in awe. And you're like that space-time breaks down that early is just ridiculous. And I was like, okay, that's a different frame of reference.
Yeah, it's a very shallow data structure. If it was 10 to the minus 33 trillion centimeters that it broke down, I'd be impressed. 10 to the minus 33, we got cheated. This is a really shallow data structure. It's only 4 dimensions. I can't even imagine something in 5 dimensions. I can't even imagine a new color that I've never seen before. So we've been given this really, we think that we're, in many cases, we think we're the epitome of intelligence and the smartest thing in the universe. My feeling is we've been shortchanged. Really shallow data structure, only 3 dimensions of space, 1 dimension of time. We got a cheap headset.
And so when, that's a fun way to say it, when data breaks down like that,
Right.
I always forget the guy's name, so I wrote it down, but Nima Arkani Hamed.
Right.
So I've heard you talk about him a lot, so I started doing some research on him. And if I'm understanding what he's saying correctly, is basically when you have a data structure that falls apart that early,
Right.
which was, again, a total reframe for me, because I thought of that as like, oh my God. Right. But apparently, when you understand this better, you realize that's a pretty early tap out.
Right.
So when a
Right.
data structure falls apart that early, that tells you that it's proximal,
Right.
which I'm interpreting as it's the finger pointing at the moon. It is not the moon itself.
Exactly.
And so now you know you're looking at a pointer. Right. And so that seems to be the thing that his whole case rests on for space-time being doomed. That if your data structure falls apart that early, you know there's no way this is the fundamental thing.
That's one of the big pointers. The other big pointer, a couple other big pointers he gives is that when you let go of space-time and you start computing particle interactions, like 2 gluons hit each other and 4 gluons go spraying out, the kind of thing that happens at the Large Hadron Collider all the time. If you compute it inside of space-time, that one I mentioned, 2 gluons in, 4 gluons out, hundreds of pages of algebra for one interaction. Why is it so complicated? Because it's the wrong data structure. It's an ugly, nasty data structure.
And the thing that you're doing the algebra on is in what way they scatter.
Inside space-time. You have to make all the math work out, you have to have these Feynman diagrams with virtual particles.
Because people are they're trying to say, okay, a theory of everything,
Right.
which you are saying does not exist and will never exist, but
Right.
we'll get to that later.
Yeah, right.
So if there were a theory of everything, though, we should be able to know everything so finely that I can tell you, oh, if they collide at this energy with this directionality, it will scatter exactly like this.
Yeah, with these probabilities. You have probabilities of their scattering.
Okay.
Right.
And so they're just like, oh my God, it's a dizzying amount of math.
That's right. If you do it until you let go of space-time. And then that one that I mentioned, 2 gluons in, 4 gluons out, it's one term. You can compute it by hand.
It's like when they hit, there'll be a diamond.
Yeah, because
you need to start talking in shapes, right?
Well, yeah. So it's a shape beyond space-time whose volumes. So yeah, it's a shape outside of space-time, outside of our headset, and the volumes of this shape actually tell you the probabilities of the various kinds of particle interactions.
Okay, so
And so it turns billions of terms into a handful of terms, and it shows you new symmetries. That's what the physicists really love. It's simpler math, which is great. And then all of a sudden you see new symmetries that you can't see in space-time.
okay, I'm going to try to draw an analogy, which is already going to break things, but let me see how close I get. You're in Grand Theft Auto.
Right.
You step on the gas and you go forward. And we're just like, oh my God, the math to predict in what way the car is going to move when you step on the gas pedal is ridiculous. But if we were to be actually looking at the electrical pattern that's stepping on the gas, which would be pressing buttons on your controller in a certain context, if we understood that there's a pattern outside of the headset, so in the PlayStation or the Xbox, there's an electrical pattern inside of that looks, so if you
know chess, and I don't, but
I
I'm
will.
familiar with the idea of chunking. So apparently what chess masters do is they're not looking at the individual pieces on the board, they just know the patterns. So they're like, oh, that image of where the pieces are in this order, that's this setup. So they've chunked the whole board into like, oh, I know where we're at in the game and I know what the right next move is. So basically what you're saying is you step on the gas and it gives you an image of a shape of electrical patterns outside of the headset. If that's what you're saying, I at least understand. I could not give you the math or any of that, but I get like this representation, this data structure, which you think of as being real, stepping on the gas and the red Porsche goes, is actually this chunk of electrical impulses, if we think of it as a shape or a pattern or a rhythm or however we're going to think of it. Is that what we're saying?
That could be a helpful metaphor. And I've got another metaphor that may also try to help people on because that's an important point that you're raising. So suppose, here's another way to think about this. Suppose that I'm looking at a video and I'm seeing all these pixels. And the pixels are moving in really complicated ways. You know, there's the red pixels and green pixels and light pixels and dark. And I'm just, and I know that there's something interesting going on. And so I write down all these equations for the motions of these pixels. But someone says, you know what? There is just this, I've got this little Rubik's Cube. And all I'm doing is rotating a Rubik's Cube. But you're only seeing the pixel projection of it. If you just could see this 3D object, you would realize how simple it is. But when you only see the pixels and see all the, then it's, oh man, I've got to model all the pixels moving on my screen. How do I do that? Well, if you can just let go of the screen, behind it there's this unified geometric object, the Rubik's Cube. And if you just see, oh, it just rotates rigidly, and that rigid rotation is the only motion I need. It's a rotation. Here I have to look at all the pixels, and this pixel is moving this way.
I'm paying attention to the dots rather than the shape.
Space-time is paying attention to the dots.
Example.
Right. So in space-time, we're stuck on the video screen, and we're trying to model all the pixels moving around the video screen. And what the physicists have said, if you let go of the video screen, take it off, you see that these geometric objects, like that Rubik's Cube, are outside of it, and their structure is much simpler. Now, I'm not saying simple, but much simpler. But when it projects into this really, see, you lost information in the projection, right? That's why you have all these little pixels. You have a 3D object here, a two-dimensional screen. So you've lost. So now it looks really complicated. But
so what's happening then when these things collide? They're making a new Rubik's Cube? Or they're just rotating a shape that's already there? This is where I have no way to anchor myself.
Well, so particles are things inside space-time, right?
Yes.
So when we look at particle interactions at the Large Hadron Collider, we're looking at the pixels, the motions of the pixels inside space-time. The amplituhedron and other structures that they're finding.
Okay, amplituhedron is something you say so fast. I've heard you say this a gazillion times, but I had to look it up.
Oh, right.
So an amplituhedron is a shape.
Yes.
A geometric shape.
Right.
In how many dimensions?
They can be in small dimensions, but they can go to infinity. So there's different kinds of different sizes of amplituhedra depending on how many particles you want to interact.
And that's our Rubik's Cube.
That would be the Rubik's Cube beyond the headset.
Yep.
And by the way, this is brand new. This was published in 2013. This is not even 10 years old. So this is all new stuff, this amplituhedron. So it's no surprise that people haven't heard of it, and many physicists haven't heard of it. It's truly remarkable. Quantum theorists, in fact.
And so what makes people think the amplituhedron is actually real? That we have detected the shape outside of the headset?
Well, I think that the really brilliant physicists would not say we're done. They would say we've taken a first step outside of the headset of space-time, and one of the first structures we found is the amplituhedron. That doesn't mean it's going to be the final answer. They're looking at other structures, something called the cosmological polytope, and surface hedra, and so forth.
Cosmological polytope?
Polytope.
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 What is that?
That
is
is
it another
something-
geometric shape?
It's another geometric shape that Nima Arkani Hamed, Juan Maldacena, and others, a lot of the work's been done at the Institute for Advanced Study and collaborators with the people there. And this is trying, see, the amplituhedron is primarily for flat space-time, in my understanding, so without gravity. But when you deal with gravity, and Einstein told us that sort of curves space-time, then things get a little more complicated. And in that case, I think they're looking at the cosmological polytope for more like cosmological kinds of predictions. So the amplituhedron. So, and I'm sure that they're saying that they're not saying the cosmological polytope is the final word. What's really interesting is they've already taken a step beyond the amplituhedron. So there's something called...
Meaning even that they don't think is fundamental, or just that it's part of the fundamental...
They think it's an important step outside of space-time, but what surprises the physicists is that the heart of the amplituhedron is something called a permutation, a kind of permutation called a decorated permutation. It's like shuffling cards, you're permuting cards. So it's a surprise that if you let go of space-time, things become simple. You get this amplituhedron, the math becomes simple, and then when you look at the amplituhedron and ask about its essential character, you find out that behind the amplituhedron is just permutations, decorated permutations, shuffling cards kind of thing. And so we're at this position. So this is only, in the last couple decades, right, that this has happened. The amplituhedron is 2013, so it's only 9 years old. So here we're at this really interesting position in science, in physics. I like to think of it like the movie 2001, A Space Odyssey. Remember the scene?
Awesome movie.
It was a great movie, yeah. And there's a scene where there's the monolith. It's just sitting there, pregnant with meaning. And the apes are looking at it, they're afraid of it, they're beating on it, they don't know what to do with it. You get the sense that they know it's important, but they haven't a clue what it's pointing to. That's where we are. The amplituhedron and the decorated permutations are these monoliths outside of space-time. There's no dynamics. Who ordered this monolith, the amplituhedron, just sitting outside of space-time? It captures all these amplitudes, all the particle amplitudes. It captures the structure of space-time. Einstein's special relativity, quantum theory, and its so-called unitarity of quantum theory. So this is deeper. This thing is deeper than space-time. It's deeper than quantum theory. Quantum theory itself is not deep enough. This structure, the amplituhedron, this monolith, is beyond quantum theory, but it codes for quantum theory as a projection in space-time. So who ordered this? Like just in 2001, A Space Odyssey, the apes, you can imagine, what is this? Where did it come from? Why? What's it going on? We don't know.
I can imagine me asking that.
Yeah, well, everybody's asking it right now. It's just a static structure. Physicists like dynamics. We want to have equations of motion. We don't have that. We just have, here's the geometry, and here's behind it this permutation. They're just sitting there. Who ordered that and why? So that's where, but the attitude is not one of despair. This is really for the young geniuses who are doing this stuff. This is like fabulous, right? We're the first generation, not me, but the young physicists, the first generation that really gets to step outside of the headset of space-time. They've already found these monoliths, the amplituhedron, decorated permutations.
And just to really make that simplistic, shapes,
and
then the shuffling of the shapes?
Yeah, that's right, some shuffling that codes for the shapes. There's the shuffling
that when you say codes for the shapes, what does that mean?
It captures their essential structure. In some sense, even the geometry, the volumes and so forth, are redundant. There's this even simpler, more compressed description. Right now, the decorated permutation is the most compressed description that doesn't have any extra bells and whistles. The amplituhedron, in some sense, the positive Grassmannian that they used to build it and so forth, they have extra bells and whistles. In some sense, the amplituhedron boils it down to its essence. So it shuffles, permutations. And the big question is, why? Why this? I mean, if in the beginning God said, why would God say that? What is the, so
Let there be shapes.
let there be the amplitude heater and let there be shuffles? That doesn't seem quite deep enough, right? It seems like there's got to be something beyond that, something dynamical. And there's no clue right now in the physics about a dynamical thing behind the decorated permutations or the amplitude hedron.
Well, we just lost me, so I'm guessing that we lost a lot of people. So this is outside of the headset. So we're beginning to get to what we think may be these foundational pillars, but it's so early that nobody really knows what these are yet.
Right.
Let's go back to the quantum realm for a second.
Right.
So this is one of my pet peeves, that people in the mindset space tend towards magical thinking. And there's something about quantum entanglement, the quantum tubules in the brain or whatever it is that they think about collapsing and all that. One, is there anything, even inside the headset, is there anything to be learned from the quantum realm? Does the quantum realm point to anything outside of the headset? And where are we, like, how do people not drift into meaninglessness as they begin to pursue this? Because because I'm so focused on usefulness,
Right.
I get very agitated, might be the right word, when people are like, oh, we're quantum entangled and that's what the soul is, and I want to tear my hair out.
Right. So it's one thing just to say those words. It's another thing to have a mathematical model, and a mathematical model that actually predicts precise outcomes of precise experiments. And so that's the difference. When physicists talk about quantum entanglement, they're talking serious math and then serious experiments that just a week ago, the Nobel Prize was awarded to 3 of the pioneers in testing one of the key predictions of entanglement.
Which is that the real world isn't real.
So yeah, it's called local realism. The belief that we tend to have of local realism. So objects like an electron has a property like its position or its spin. Whether or not you observe it, it's got a value of that because it's real. And
We assume.
we've assumed that, right? That's the reality of
Whether
something.
you see it or not, it is spinning up or spinning down.
Right. It's like saying
You
the
just don't
train
know
is
what it
there and it's going to hit you even if you don't see
Right.
it. You close your eyes, it's not going to stop the train from hitting you. So the electron really has its position and really has its spin when it's not observed. And the other assumption is locality. It's Einstein's assumption that no effects travel faster than the speed of light through space, through space-time. And so that the two together are called local realism. So it's possible that when we say local realism is false, that it's either the realism that's wrong or the locality. So it could be, you could say, okay, local realism is false because there really are properties that exist, but their influences go faster than the speed of light. Or you can say nothing travels faster than the speed of light, but so the realism is false. I believe Einstein, but the realism is false. My attitude is both are false. Local and realism are both false. And that comes out of just the idea that space-time itself is not fundamental, right?
And so let me say it real simply for people like me. Things only exist when you look at them.
Right. You create them when you see them. Like in Grand Theft Auto, I have a VR headset on. I look over there and I see a red Camaro. Is there a red Camaro in the supercomputer? No.
The average person is going to reject this out of hand.
Right.
So one, we're going to have to walk through the Nobel Prize. So thankfully you had linked to an article, so I read about it. It melted my brain about an hour before you and I sat down together. And I was just like, how the hell is this real? Or true, I guess, because it's not real. And then, so we'll walk through that. But to give people the analogy to anchor them, I think you and I disagree about this. And I've always told people, largely because I don't want to argue about it and I don't really know, that I don't think we live in a simulation. The more times I interview you, the more I'm like, maybe we do. Or maybe the way our fitness payoffs get mapped, it is so effectively like a simulation as you might as well think of it as living in a simulation. So I've written this story with my team. I don't want to overly take credit, but we've created this thing called Project Kaizen. And in Project Kaizen, they're in this thing that we call the array. The array is basically quantum foam, and the idea is that it's information theory. So that information can travel faster than the speed of light, and that ultimately the thing that drives people mad in our world is to ask the question, where is the array? Because they're thinking of it as like a quantum supercomputer or something, but in the lore where we play with that question, I don't want to give away what we think is the right answer, but we play with that question a lot. And so one of the characters in the story is literally driving himself mad by asking the question, where is the array? I know if I can generate enough energy, I can rip this veil and I can see through beyond the headset into like, is this sitting on a desk somewhere? And like, can we actually discover where that is? And okay, so working with that idea, at first I thought, nah, I mean, this is all just a story. But the more that I look at this, this is in real life, put that in air quotes. In real life, you only render things when the player is looking at it. It's the only way to not melt the computer.
Right.
So as they move their character's eyes around, they see different parts of the world. It literally comes into existence. It gets rendered when they look at it, and it ceases to be rendered when they look away. So they feel like they're in the seamless 3D environment, but in reality, it's a trick. And so it's only rendering right up to the edge of your field of view, and then outside of that, it's gone.
Exactly. Yeah.
As you describe the math, that is what's really happening.
Right.
I mean, it's kind of fun and cool and interesting.
Right.
Okay, so with that analogy, people understand that one,
I agree.
If you try to replicate, so going back to what I was saying about, if I try to replicate this table and make it look photorealistic, it is unbelievably difficult. And there are so many elements of like reflectivity and depth of how far the light penetrates and oh my God, and it on and on and on.
Right, absolutely.
How often are you checking your credit score, afraid of identity theft or account breaches? We all use the internet every single day for important things like personal banking and remote work, so why not protect yourself with our sponsor, Aura? Aura is an all-in-one cybersecurity service that keeps you safe online. Aura identifies data brokers exposing your info and submits opt-out requests on your behalf. Aura also monitors your credit, tracks your passwords for data breaches, and secures your online activity with VPN and anti-malware protection. You can try Aura for free for 2 weeks by clicking the link in the description or scanning the QR code.
So we know that there are all these things that you can do to recreate reality. One of the things as you build reality in a virtual environment is you have to deal with rendering only that which you're pointed at, what you measure.
Exactly right.
As we look at the quantum world, that holds true in a way that is so weird. I don't know whether to laugh or be creeped out or whatever, but it's utterly fascinating. Okay, so now to the Nobel Prize. So we know that that's how you would have to do it if you want to recreate reality. And the Nobel Prize was won for
showing that the idea of local realism, that things exist and have definite values of their properties and with influences that go no faster than the speed of light, that's false. That assumption of local realism is false. And there are even really interesting quantum setups where you can prove that when I make this particular set of measurements, I know with probability 1 what I will get, like on my 8th measurement. I know with probability 1 what the value will be.
Again, probability 1 means 100%.
100%, that's right. 100% what I'm going to measure. And yet I also can prove that that value, let's say of the position or the spin, cannot possibly exist until the moment I make the measurement.
Okay, so let's walk people through that. So Einstein and 2 other people basically said, the math predicts that what you just said is true. That I can have 2, we end up calling them quantumly entangled particles, but I have 2 particles, I forget which type, racing away from each other to the opposite ends of the solar system. Very, very, very far apart. And one of them we know, they have to have opposite spin. So one of them is going to be spinning up, one of them is going to be spinning down. And they said, they're like socks.
So one of them could be the right sock and one of them is the left sock. So once you measure that, oh, this is the right one, then you know automatically that the other person has the left one.
Right.
And the Nobel Prize was won for proving that they're not like socks.
Right.
It's not even that you don't know which is which. It's that whichever one you look at first, if that spins up, then you know instantaneously the other one is spinning down.
Right.
But causally, because this one is spinning up, that one must be spinning down.
Right.
Okay, so now the part I don't understand, which by the way means that these things will react effectively to each other because you measured it instantaneously across the entire solar system in this example, which is way faster than light. My question is, when you measure it, if it wasn't already spinning up or down, what makes it spin up or down? Is it just probability?
Yeah, that's all that physics can tell us right now are the probabilities for this. And probability is where explanation stops, right? When you put a probability measure in your theory, you're saying, my understanding stops right here, so I need a probability measure. Because if I could tell you how it worked, then I would tell you how it worked. Right now I can just say, here's the probabilities. And so that's what we get in quantum theory is, and so that's why Einstein said, God doesn't play dice. He didn't like the idea that God didn't know all the way down what was going on, that there would be these random probabilities. But yeah, when you do the experiments, it turns out entanglement is real. And that then leads to the conclusion ultimately that local realism is false. And it's truly stunning. But if you think about it in terms of a headset, as you said, I render, like in the virtual reality Grand Theft Auto, I render the Camaro when I look, and I garbage collect it when I look away. I just delete it. I render particles, I render space-time itself. Space-time itself doesn't exist, except as a data structure that we use. And so it's, now in terms of a simulation, I should make a distinction between what we're saying here and a different kind of notion of simulation that Nick Bostrom has. So there's a simulation theory of Nick Bostrom and others where they say, look, this isn't real. It could be just some computer geek that did a program, and we're just creatures in the simulated world in this program. And it turns out that computer geek herself is just a program from someone else at a lower level. And there's this whole hierarchy all the way down until you get to some base programmer. But they assume that the base level is a space-time world. So they're still stuck on the headset. That kind of simulation theory isn't thinking big enough. You have to let and they're also assuming that programs can create consciousness, which is another story. No one's been able to show how that's even possible. So they're just not thinking big enough. You've got to let go of space-time at the base of the entire hierarchy of simulations to really get where the physicists have gotten. Space-time itself is merely a headset. So the standard simulation theory isn't thinking big enough. It's still stuck in the headset.
As we strip away the headset, is local realism going to remain false, or will there be something, a better way to ask it, when we strip away the headset, is God still playing dice?
I'll put it this way. As scientists making theories, we will always come up short. We will always have a place where we say in our theory, this is where our knowledge stops. And that's what we call the assumptions of our theory. So every scientific theory says, if you grant me these assumptions, I'll explain all this wonderful stuff. But you have to grant me those assumptions. And I can't explain those assumptions. Like even Einstein, he said, grant me that the speed of light is constant for all observers, and grant me that the laws of physics are the same for all people moving in uniform motion. If you grant me those two things, then I can do all this wonderful stuff. And that's the way all scientific theories work. Grant me this assumption, these miracles.
Because we don't yet understand these things.
Well, and it's also, I think, intrinsic to what it means to be a scientific theory. So there's no escaping this. A scientific theory, there is no theory of everything. That's a flat-out statement. There can never be a scientific theory of everything.
Because of Gödel's incompleteness theorem.
Incompleteness theorem, but even just before Gödel's incompleteness theorem, every theory says, grant me these assumptions, please. You have to make certain assumptions to boot up a theory.
But isn't that just our ignorance?
Probably so, but our ignorance is unlimited.
It's interesting. So I heard you and Yosha Bach, is that his name? Discussing, and he said something that rings intuitively true to me, which is that we always want to say, oh, we'll never understand that.
Right.
But we just don't understand it right now. And just like Newton and his whole thing at the end of his life, where he was like, the right way to think of me is as a child on the shore playing with a seashell in front of the entire vast sea of undiscovered truth.
Right.
And his students, though, didn't believe that. Now, maybe out of arrogance, maybe that just sat so icky with them to think that they were so ignorant to so many things. But also, to be generous to them, maybe because they believed on a long enough timeline we really would figure things out. Or even if you'll grant me my miracle of, as we begin to merge with machines, will we be able to process data in such a more vast way that we're able to see what is true. All of the mismapping of or all of the combinatorial combinations become manageable just because we can crunch so much data. And so, oh, you might as well look at what is exactly real. So with that setup, I finally just went and looked up Gödel's incompleteness theorem, because I've tried to hang with you every episode around this. And looking at it, it's basically that there are, and this will be the world's most simplistic interpretation, but there are, you can create an equation that you know to be true, but you can't prove it.
Right.
And it's beyond me to be able to explain how that's true, but when you read about it, it's like, whoa, okay, so you can really create, it's kind of like the mathematical version of a linguistic trap, where it's like the statement on this side of the card, or the statement on the other side of the card is false. You turn it over and it says what the statement on the other side of the card is true. And so now you're trapped because they can't both be right or wrong.
Right.
So I can't explain it better than that. But like without that, if there isn't things that are, if he's right and there are things that are true but that cannot be proven, I get why you say that we'll never have a theory of everything. But if we just don't understand enough yet, then it feels like we will eventually.
No, Gödel's incompleteness theorem is definitive. It says that no matter how complicated your mathematical or scientific theory is, you can always produce a new statement that's true and is not provable within the theory that you got. So that means it escaped your current theory. Your theory was not a theory of everything because it wasn't a theory of this. It didn't capture this truth. So you didn't have a theory of everything. So you say, okay, well, I'll just put it in my theory. So now then Gödel says, well, sorry, now with your new augmented system, here's this new, I'll use it to show you there's this new thing that's true, but can't be proven. So you don't have a theory of everything. And you add that, and what that means is that there is this unlimited realm of truth that's forever beyond our notion of proof, of scientific theory. It's unlimited. So there's this, I think of it as like unlimited intelligence, and that is, it's out there, and our scientific theories will get huge and far more interesting and far more complex and cover lots and lots. We'll be blown away. We'll make lots and lots of progress. But Gödel's incompleteness theorem says, but you will have not even begun to scratch the surface of the unlimited intelligence that's out there. So I'm not, by the way, some people say, well, Hoffman, you've walked away from modernism and the desire for logic and truth and rationality. You've gone into postmodernism and my attitude is no. Reason is telling us its limits. Reason is saying that logic itself cannot get to all truths. So I'm paying due respect to reason, because reason itself is saying its own limits. And in fact, that gives me even more respect for reason, because reason is smart enough to tell us where it gets off. So it's not abandoning reason. It's not going into, some postmodernism kind of thing where anything goes. No, not anything goes. Reason is saying, yeah, use your logical systems, but your logical systems must, of course, be internally consistent. So Gödel's theorem is not Gödel's inconsistency theorem, it's Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Our logic can be consistent. If it is consistent, then it's necessarily incomplete. If it were inconsistent, then it's mostly useless, right? It'd be mostly useless. So what Gödel really showed is our theories are either inconsistent or incomplete. But we call it Gödel's incompleteness theorem because we don't think about inconsistency. It's really the incompleteness. And so it's truly respecting reason to recognize that reason itself says where it gets off. And it points to, as Newton pointed, to this unbounded intelligence that reason can always happily explore, fully knowing it will always be a trivial foray into the unknown. A trivial foray into the unknown. And yet, somehow, it's important for us to do that foray. So as a scientist, this is not just abstract stuff for me. I take reason very seriously. It says, I have limits, and there are unbounded truths beyond reason. So I take time to just sit in complete silence and let go of reason and see what happens. Maybe I can touch that unlimited intelligence. Maybe I am that unlimited intelligence under a headset. That's an interesting possibility, which many spiritual traditions have pointed to, that we are that unlimited intelligence, so that we then have this interesting back and forth between rigorous logic, not anything goes, rigorous logic on the one hand, and then complete letting go of all concepts, going into complete silence, where there's this incredible intelligence it's literally infinitely greater than our scientific intelligence. And having them go back and forth. I think the best science in the future will be from those who can do that. Be absolutely hard-nosed in your math and your experiments, absolutely hard-nosed. It's not everything goes, it's rigor. And then go into complete interior silence to get the true tap into this unlimited wisdom, unlimited intelligence, and go back and forth. Somehow, my feeling is that's what all this is pointing to, that we should have our feet in both realms. And for some reason, having feet in both realms is really what we're up to, what this is all about.
What do you think about the AI scientists that signed the paper saying that we need to slow AI down because, and I had one of them on the show, because it passed a Turing test faster than they thought, it's just moving faster than they expected, and they're very worried. Do you think that AI will ever become conscious?
I'm actually not too worried about AI right now myself, so I'm not one of the alarmists that says we need to stop and worry about it. The thing that would alarm me more would be if there were some kind of law that criminalized most people from doing it and let a few people do it, a few companies do it. That alarms me. So if there's going to be any kind of laws, they should be universal and no one should be excluded. But
why aren't you worried about AI?
It's pretty easy, even with ChatGPT, to give it questions it can't answer right now. It's basically a good statistical analyzer. It's not deeply intelligent. It will find things that we humans won't find in medical searches, and so forth. But that's because it just can handle more data and do more statistical analysis than we can. But it's not deeply intelligent. And the founders would tell you that. It's fairly straightforward kinds of algorithms. So, and in terms of consciousness, there is no theory right now of any kind that can start with physical systems like circuits, software, and explain even one specific conscious experience, how it arises. So I'll be very, very clear. There's no theory on the planet today that can start with an artificial intelligence and a description of some kind of circuit or some kind of software pattern of activity, and can give you a specific conscious experience like the taste of chocolate or the smell of garlic, where you would say this pattern of activity must be identical, must be the taste of chocolate. It could not be the smell of a rose. There's nothing on the table, and there's nothing even close. So if AIs can be conscious, there are no theories right now at all that could explain how that could possibly be, and nothing that makes it even plausible. So I'm not too worried about AIs being conscious. I think that they will eventually outperform humans in most everyday activities, but simply because they'll have more compute power and can search more deeply than we can.
So for people that don't know you, I'm going to give a super brief synopsis, and by all means put in where I go awry here, but you believe that this is all a simulation. We are living in a simulation. None of this is real. Space-time itself is not real. We are effectively living inside of what you call the headset,
Right.
that everything you've ever known or ever experienced is all effectively an illusion. It is a computer video game by way of analogy.
Right.
Given that, and audience listening at home, you will notice he did not say no. So, and this is something I have forever just dismissed out of hand, that we're living in a simulation. And I say dismissed out of hand because I don't have any evidence to back it up. And I've heard all the arguments from a mathematical perspective that if you believe that humans are capable of creating photorealistic simulations, and you give any rate of progress whatsoever, we will eventually create a simulation. We certainly, with AI and how rapidly it's been advancing, I think people now really have a sense of, whoa, we really are going to be able to do this. Apple Vision Pro certainly gives an indication like you will really be able to create some very compelling, very realistic things inside of a visor. So I think people more than ever could see how we could get into a simulation, a simulated world that's convincing. I'll leave it at that. And if that's true, then why would we then, once we create that simulation, not create another simulation? And I will just tell you, as somebody, the t-shirt that I'm wearing is literally about this. We're building a game that we hope over time will be a truly simulated world, that people will go in, they will have an identity inside that game. Okay, so if we know that loop exists, then once the game inside the game gets powerful enough, it will do another simulation. Once the game inside that game gets powerful enough, it will do a simulation. And so you end up in this point where just mathematically, it would make more sense to believe that you're in one of those, conceivably infinite recursive loops of a simulation than that you're in base reality. But it just always seemed weird to me to say, no, we're in one of the simulations. But the more I research you, the more I'm like, maybe we really are in a simulation. And to that point, you talk about consciousness as being fundamental. And so I'll need you to explain that for people that will be so jarring. It will take them a while to really grok that. But that consciousness is fundamental. So couldn't AI ever become a window into what you call a conscious agent in the same way that a human child is, or a dog is, or whatever?
That I think is possible. Absolutely. So
if you don't mind, walk people through how it could be possible that physicality, everything they see, touch, taste, the loves that they have, all of that is a simulation and not fundamental, meaning it arises out of something else. But consciousness is the
fundamental.
The foundation.
Well, there are two arguments for the idea that what we see is not an objective reality that exists independent of us and is there prior to when we look at it. So in physics, the Nobel Prize last December was given to 3 physicists for the experimental testing of a clean prediction of quantum theory that something called local realism is false. Local realism is the claim that physical objects like electrons have definite, so realism is the claim that an electron has a definite value of position, momentum, and spin when it's not observed. And locality is the claim that those properties have influences that propagate through space-time no faster than the speed of light. And the conjunction of those two claims, the properties exist even when they're not perceived, even when they're not measured, and they have influences that propagate no faster than the speed of light, that's local realism, and local realism is false.
How did they prove it?
So that's why you get a Nobel Prize. So John Clauser, Anton Zeilinger, and Alan Aspect, over decades, there's a string of experiments that were tighter and tighter. Each experiment closed loopholes in the previous ones. So the experiments have to deal with, they're complicated experiments. I mean, Zeilinger was actually using photons from outer space to get entangled particles that he could use, that you couldn't argue that they were somehow being connected or correlated in some deep way. But basically, the experiments are set up to show that properties like position or momentum or spin, typically they like to use spin, in principle could not have definite values until you actually measured them. So one way that they do this mathematically are there these Bell inequalities. And so if the statistics of the correlations between the particle spins, you have two different particles that you're measuring the spin axis, for example. And if they had definite values, even when you weren't observing, you'd have certain pattern of correlation. And if quantum mechanics is right, and those values don't exist until you measure them, then you have a different pattern of correlation. And so that's what they do. They have to look at a bunch of different measurements, look at the correlations, and the correlations come out to be what quantum theory predicts, and not what our classical intuitions would tell us. And so this was done by Clauser decades ago, but it's so counterintuitive that people were going, okay, well, there must be a loophole here. So then they closed a series of loopholes. And finally, they started getting photons from like distant galaxies where the photons couldn't possibly have certain within space-time causal connections, and close that loophole. And so that's one direction. So physicists tell us that local realism, at least for microscopic, subatomic particles, recently they've gotten up to groups of 700 atoms, I believe. So it's starting to, they're showing that these effects, the superposition effects of quantum theory, are not just at the very, very small end of things. So local realism is false. Now, one can still try to say, well, but that's for really tiny things, but at the macroscopic level, maybe local realism is true. And that leads to a problem because there's no principal distinction in quantum theory between the microscopic and the macro. You can't say at 10 to the minus 20 centimeters, that's the limit. There's no boundary between micro and macro. So, and this is a well-known open problem. So that's one direction. I'll just go with that. Now, the other direction of argument is from evolution by natural selection, where you can ask a technical question. Evolution shapes sensory systems to guide adaptive behavior. So that means to keep you alive long enough to reproduce, right? So you have vision and touch and hearing and smell, and they've been shaped so that you're able to get the food you need, mate, and stay alive at least long enough to reproduce and pass your genes on to the next generation. That's the standard story of evolution. Many theorists also think that evolution shapes our sensory systems to tell us truths about objective reality. Like, when I see an apple, that's because there really is an apple, and the red color and the shape really exist, even when they're not perceived. And so notice that's a step beyond just saying that our senses evolved to guide adaptive behavior. They want to say more than that. They want to say that if you guide adaptive behavior, you're going to see the truth. So I decided with my colleagues, Chetan Prakash and Manish Singh and Robert Prentner and others, my graduate students, Justin Mark and Brian Marion, to test this. Evolution is a mathematically precise theory. We have evolutionary game theory. So there's a technical question. What is the probability that evolution by natural selection would shape any sensory system to see truths about objective reality, the structure of objective reality? And it's straightforward to prove. What we do is we look at various kinds of so-called fitness payoff functions. Maybe payoff functions that are And we can ask, do these payoff functions preserve certain kinds of structures in the world, like orders, a total order, or a partial order, or a metric, or a topology, or a measurable structure. So we can say, we don't know what objective reality is, but suppose it had this structure. What is the probability that fitness payoffs, which govern our evolution, would actually have information about that structure in the world so that we could actually be evolved to have some insight into that structure of objective reality? And in case after case, the answer is probability is zero. There are payoff functions that would preserve the structure, but those payoff functions have probability zero in the set of all payoff functions. So that means if you're a betting man, you would bet long odds against it. So it doesn't mean that it can't happen, it's just that the probability is zero. And so I take this as a convergence between two of our big theories in science, evolution by natural selection and quantum theory, quantum field theory. Both are telling us that local realism is false. And so I think a good metaphor then is, as you were saying, like a user interface or a video game where you render on the fly what you need. So I'm looking at you, I'm rendering a Tom face, and I look away, and I'm not rendering it. Someone else might be looking at you, and they're rendering their Tom face, but their Tom face is not the same as mine. It's going to be at a different angle and so forth. So we render on the fly, and that's what physics is telling us, basically, that local realism is false. We render on the fly.
And so where you're taking that from is the quantum uncertainty principle, basically. Everything has a probability of being in a given state. And the reason that it's just a big question mark is because nothing's looking at it, so it does not need to render that. It doesn't need to decide. The system, which is the simulation, which people think of as space-time, but they're almost certainly, I've interviewed you so many times and I know how hard it is to escape this matrix, but they're thinking of things within space-time being real. But once you start looking at space-time as purely a simulation, and that the then rendering only happens when you look at something. So that to me makes a hypothesis that I think your data backs up, which if that were really the case, then I understand why big things would adhere to what seem like a different set of rules where things are static and small things would not, because you're far less likely to observe a first order consequence of something microscopic. You may be observing a second or third order consequence, which raises questions for me that I'm sure we will get to at some point. But just to close the loop on that. So first order consequence, I can look up and see the moon. I see planets, I see stars. And so for that to be persistent, which is going to be a big thing in our discussion today, this is like the prime thing I want to talk to you about is persistence and what that means. But big things will need to be persistent. And therefore, there is a constant collapsing of its probabilities because there are so many things that require, even if it's just its effects on gravity, there's so many things, quote unquote, witnessing that or measuring that. So I get why those would be stable. But then things where they're so small that there's very little that hinges on that would need to be directly rendered. That would need to, because you can get away with sort of the probabilistic rendering of the big things and their influence by these smaller things, but you don't need a direct representation of the spin, for instance, of a particle that all things that will quote unquote measure it don't see, don't interact with, or whatever, because nobody's effectively looking at it. It does not need to be rendered.
Right. So a good. So
did that all feel right? Just to
no, that's a great question, and so
great question. I was not asking a question. I was stating a hypothesis.
About
Do you think I'm crazy, or
no? I think
does that make sense at the macro to the micro level?
Well, it does, but I think a good analogy here that might help clarify the issue is so in, say, Grand Theft Auto, right? I look over. I'm playing with somebody who's in Canada, and somebody else is in Europe, and someone else is in China. We're all playing a remote version of it, and virtual reality. And I look over and I see a red Porsche to my right. And so I say, is there a red Porsche on my right? And the guy in China says, oh yeah, I see a red Porsche. And the guy in Canada agrees, and the guy in Europe agrees as well. So of course, each of them is rendering their own red Porsche. So there is some reality that's coordinating all of these perceptions, right? So the guy in Canada didn't see a red Porsche until he looked. But when he looked, there was this whole world, of circuits and software that you don't see. There's some supercomputer that's coordinating the whole thing.
How's it coordinating?
In that particular metaphor, right, there's a supercomputer that's taking the inputs from like your headset. What direction are you looking with your headset? Maybe you've got a bodysuit, so it's looking at your arm movements and so forth, and it's feeding all that into a supercomputer, where it's got a model of the game. And in that model, there's some red Porsche model. Of course, there's no red Porsche in the computer. And it knows then how to coordinate and send the photons to your headset in Canada and my headset in Irvine and someone else's headset in China, so that we have this notion of a persistent reality of a Porsche, even though individually, for each one of us, local realism is false. The Porsche doesn't even exist until I render it. And there's no red Porsche inside the supercomputer. So that's sort of the idea, is that space-time is just a headset, and there's behind space-time, there's going to be an incredibly complicated realm to explore that's at least as complicated, more complicated as like the supercomputer is to my little headset. The headset is sophisticated, it's beautiful technology, but the supercomputer is really, really powerful thing. And the same thing will be true of space-time. It's just our headset, but if we look beyond that headset, we're going to be finding a realm that's far more complicated. So in some sense, science, up till now, has only studied our headset. We've studied inside space and time. We're taking our first baby steps to start to explore. We've cut our teeth in science on studying our headset. We learned the tools in the last 300 or 400 years about experiments and clean mathematical theories and the loop between experiments and theories. But we thought we were studying objective reality. We were studying our headset. But now we have the tools to actually take a first step beyond space-time and start to find structures beyond space-time and their projection back into space-time. And so from that point of view, our view that objects in space-time, we've taken that to be the fundamental reality, will look sort of parochial, hopefully in just a few decades. I think the next generation, where many people will have spent a lot of time in virtual reality. My generation didn't spend a lot of time in virtual reality, so this is a hard concept. But if you've spent...
I've heard you say that before. I don't think that's going to get people where you think it's going to get them.
Maybe not.
But in this episode, I want to try to explain why I think that and get your take. So here's what I think we need to do first, and then we'll go even deeper. There's two things we need to do in the near term. One, I think we need to, in our previous interviews, we spent a lot of time dealing with the headset. So for anybody that's sort of confused on that idea of you're living in a simulation, everything that you know and love and touch and have ever experienced, it is all a simulation. You have never existed outside of the headset. So if right there your brain breaks, go watch the other episodes. We spend a tremendous amount of time building that up. Right. But for now, what I want to do is say, okay, I'm going to assume that you get it, that your whole life is basically Grand Theft Auto.
Okay.
And people understand it. You've been in there playing the game, and they understand the difference between playing the game and the computer rules and things that give birth to that game. And so that's the difference. What I want to do now is map that one layer back. So I want to take that idea of your life is Grand Theft Auto, but there's this thing called space-time that's outside of it, and get to what you're actually saying, which is that same relationship, but move back one very profound level. Because what it does is it inverts everything. And what it says is that the universe, space-time, is an emergent phenomenon from consciousness. That consciousness is in this, to use that analogy, just to map it back, that consciousness is the quote unquote computer and rules of the system. And then the simulation is what we all think of as real life. Okay, so that's where we're mapping. So
right,
one, sure. Does that track for you, that we can move that analogy sort of one rung deeper is probably the word you'd be most comfortable with?
Right. So absolutely, a model in which we take consciousness as fundamental, and we have a mathematical model of consciousness, and we then try to show how space-time gets rendered from that. Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. So now in this interview, instead of making our references to Grand Theft Auto, unless we need to for an anchor point, I want to talk about space-time like a simulation.
Okay,
I want to talk about space-time like it is Grand Theft Auto, because researching you this time, I I want to sit with it for a while before I start saying I'm 100% behind it. And I mentioned in one of our previous interviews that I do revert to the mean after I spend time with you. But each time you're shifting me farther where my mean is sort of closer to you. This time, at least in the research, I had a real sense of he's right. I don't know about the consciousness is the only part that we may disagree.
Sure.
But that you really gave me an internally consistent set of logic points for why space-time is the simulation. And when I grant you a few base assumptions that we'll go through, my own worldview makes more sense.
Okay.
And so I realized for the first time, again, fully acknowledging that I may revert to the mean once I've interviewed 3 or 4 other people on totally different topics, and this is sort of cleared my system. But right now, as we do this, I really felt like you improved what I consider a prediction engine. I think of the human mind as a prediction engine, and the closer you get to baseline truth, the more you're able to predict the outcome of your behaviors. What I'm watching happening with AI, which is why I wanted to start there, I can't make sense. When I think about a hallucinating AI, I'm like, I don't understand. When I think about AI pulling patterns out of noise, I don't understand. When persistence is difficult for AI, I don't understand. And then I research you and click, click, click. Those pieces fall into place when I assume that it's all already a simulation and that AI is simply revealing to me how the simulation works. And so, but the fact that we disagree, or maybe we don't, I think AI will be windows into consciousness. I think AI is leveraging your own theories to create AI right now as we're talking about it. I think, I'm a lay person, everybody needs to take this with a huge grain of salt. Trust me, I am well aware of my limitations. But I think right now that what we're witnessing with things like stable diffusion, where AI is creating an image out of the infinite possibilities that exist within the possibility space of noise. Okay, for people that don't understand how stable diffusion works, that's how it works. Is it dips into the noise to find a pattern and then solidifies that pattern to reveal, is this what you wanted? And what I'm saying is when I research you, I realize, oh my God, that's precisely what your theory predicts in the idea of Gödel's incompleteness theorem, which I have struggled with so hard in the previous interviews. I feel bad for everybody that has to watch me go through that. But the more I feel like I can grasp why you keep coming back to it and why this sort of infinite possibility space is so important to understand, when I watch AI pull a static image out of infinite possibility, I'm like, oh my God, that's exactly what you've been trying to describe. Okay, put a pin in that, because what I want to talk about now is consciousness as fundamental. Because this is the part, if people are really paying attention, this is the part that will change your worldview. To get into the space-time as a construct, as a simulation, you first have to understand that you think that's born of consciousness itself. And please, dear audience, stick with this, because this point is going to be very important as we piece together the predictions that your own model is going to make. But they have to understand this first. So how is it possible that consciousness, the thing that I think everybody intuits, comes from stacking neurons, and you pass through a cricket, an ant, a mouse, a cat, a dog, a dolphin, a gorilla, and humans. It just feels like, just stack more neurons. And then you're ultimately going to get these more sophisticated neurons, which give you a more sophisticated consciousness. That seems so self-evident. And you're, to me, but you're saying, nope.
No. And by the way, I'll just mention that I agree with you that AIs could actually give us a window into consciousness, but they won't create consciousness. That was all I was saying.
Interesting.
So
I think we disagree about that.
Okay. So
but you're
so
so
we can
much
go
more
into that.
thoughtful
Okay.
and so much farther ahead. When we get there, I will lay out my
absolutely.
ignorant perspective.
So on consciousness being fundamental.
Meaning that's all there is.
That's right. So the idea would be, and this is, by the way, in some sense, not new. Leibniz, in his monadology, had the same idea. So
I really appreciate that you assume I know what that means. And from context, I can tease it out, but can you tell us what that means?
Oh, so Leibniz was this genius, contemporary of Newton, sort of a antagonistic. They both invented calculus at roughly the same time. There was a question about who was first and so forth, and they were, you know, sort of at each other, but they were contemporaries. But Leibniz had this idea that consciousness couldn't emerge from physical systems. He has a famous argument of the mill, where he in one paragraph basically dismisses the idea that objects inside space and time, like neurons, for example, could create consciousness. For him, it was so obvious that he spent a paragraph on it and moved on. And then he's got a book called The Monadology, where he was proposing essentially that consciousness, perceiving entities are the fundamental reality, and that they were interacting.
All right, if I break down the words monadology,
Monad, so MONAD is a
Monad.
technical term for
Got
him.
it.
It was a new term for him. Monadology is then the book's name, Monadology, and it was basically, it was a dynamics. It was a strange dynamics we called a pre-established harmony, where God. So he brought God in on his thing, I believe, to sort of coordinate all the perceptions of these. So
meaning God was the first mover, the
yeah,
fundamental
the fundamental,
thing.
right?
Okay, but he saw it as a creator,
Uh,
touching things with like a divine spark of consciousness.
Yeah, but his ontology was that the fundamental reality beyond space-time was these monads, these perceiving entities, basically. And but God, I think, was the deepest reality for Leibniz. There, I'm less secure. I'm not sure exactly what his thoughts were on God, but I believe that's what he said. So I just brought that up just to say that, you know, we're not the first to have this kind of idea. Centuries ago, Leibniz, with his monadology, had an idea that perceiving entities, experiencing entities, could be more fundamental than the physical space-time world.
All right, you talk about conscious agents.
Right.
Do you mean exactly that same thing?
That's right. So conscious agents are a mathematically precise statement of what we mean by consciousness, right? So as a scientist, it's not enough for me just to say, okay, there's consciousness beyond space-time and it's fundamental. I have to write down a mathematical description of what I mean by that. So what aspect of consciousness do I take to be fundamental, and what's the mathematical description? So if you think about it, when you think about consciousness, there's of course experiences, there's learning, memory, problem solving, intelligence, maybe free will. There's lots of things, the notion of a self, all these things that you might think a theory of consciousness needs to incorporate.
I'm so sorry, and I should have done this before, and that apology goes to the audience. If you're new to Donald, it's probably worth just a quick sentence about what consciousness is.
Oh, well, so I would say consciousness is the ability to have experiences, like the taste of chocolate, a headache, emotions.
So this thing feels like something.
Yeah, the way a lot of philosophers will talk about it is to have a conscious experience. There's something it's like to be a conscious entity. There's something it's like to have a headache. There's something it's like to have your, to have a nice cup of coffee or something like that.
Okay, and so let's call that qualia. Again,
That's
me
right.
stealing directly from you.
Right.
But just so we have words, because qualia is going to become very important as we get into your paper and all of that. Okay, so back to conscious agents.
So what we decided to do was we don't want to throw the kitchen sink in our mathematical definition. So we took what we felt was the bare minimum starting point. There are experiences, like the taste of chocolate, smell of garlic, and so forth. And those experiences affect the probabilities of other experiences occurring. So there are experiences and probabilistic relationships among experiences. That's it. So we're not bringing in the notion of a self, learning, memory, problem solving, intelligence, none of that. What we're saying is, yeah, all that stuff is important, but we have to prove how it arises from just experiences and probabilistic relationships among experiences. Mm-hmm. So that's, as a scientist, you try, it's what we call Occam's razor. You want to have the minimum number of assumptions at the start of your theory. Every theory has assumptions. There are the miracles of the theory. We want as few miracles as possible, right? So our only miracles are, well, it's a big miracle. There are experiences and probabilistic relationships among experiences. And we formalize that. The experiences, we just write down what's called probability spaces. We can, if you want, we can talk about probability spaces. And the relationships among experiences are what we call Markovian kernels. And we get what's called Markov chains. So it's
How
very simple
important-
dynamics.
So we'll explain what Markovian dynamics are in a second. Now that I finally have at least a tiny bit of a grasp, I don't know how important it is that people understand that.
Sure.
But I do want to know, how important is it that one bit of qualia impacts other qualia? Like, does that relationship play heavily into the idea of consciousness as a fundamental agent?
Yes, we stipulate that as a fundamental property that experiences aren't in a vacuum. Experiences probabilistically lead to other experiences.
Okay. It's very interesting that you said not in a vacuum, because my whole thesis is that the construct of space-time, the simulation, let's just be very clear, the simulation that is this real world, sorry, that's a terrible use of the word real, the simulation that everybody lives in and experiences is required. This is my pitch. The simulation is a required constraint in order to give context that something can be like anything, but that for consciousness to explore the possibility space of qualia, you have to have a rule set. And the rule set that we're all in, which may be one of a gazillion headsets, but the rule set that we're all in creates the possibility for the subset of qualia that we as human beings or lizards or whatever experience. But without that rule set that is space-time, we would not have enough limitations to give us the context in order to feel a certain way.
Exactly. That's a very good way to put it. So that a lizard presumably sees things very, very differently than I do. Pigeons have 4 color receptors. We only have 3.
Pigeons have 4?
Yeah, that's right. So they see more color than we do. Birds.
That's bullshit. I feel cheated now. Pigeons? I knew 15% of women do. I did not know pigeons.
Yeah, the mantis shrimp has more than 10.
Photoreceptors?
Yes. That's right. Different kinds of, or pigments that are used for the photoreception process. So
Crazy.
So we may be cheated in many ways.
That is for sure.
So yeah, we and we don't, for example, perceive polarization of light, and birds and maybe bees do, as they can perceive the polarization of light. We can't directly experience electric fields, and there are animals in the water that can do that. So some that see infrared, some that see ultraviolet that we can't. So we have a very, very small window, and other animals are not restricted to the windows in which we see. So I like your idea that there's an infinite space of conscious experiences to explore, and when we look at different animals, we're seeing different explorations with different headsets, and different, as you say, different constraints, and it's in some sense consciousness exploring all of its possibilities, all the possible ways that to explore. So in some sense, we're here for the ride, and we should enjoy the ride. We're exploring. We thought this was the final reality. No, this is just one of countless possible headsets, just one of countless, and we'll enjoy this ride, and then consciousness will then it's looking through other headsets. So I like your idea. Yeah, that it's, there's some kind of consistency, some kind of coherence, but it's a subset of the experiences. There's an infinite number of experiences to explore. So this ride never ends.
Okay, so when I think about consciousness as fundamental, I cannot help but imagine a blob that then takes shape in the form of a human or a lizard or an avocado, whatever. Help me understand do you have an image in your head of what consciousness is? Is it just completely non-physical?
Well, maybe the closest I can get that would be a way that would communicate to people would be if you go into an entirely quiet room, shut off all the lights, close your eyes, and get very, very still, and don't think.
Good luck.
That's right. Usually, letting go of thought is not easy. But if you can go for a few seconds or a minute with absolutely no thought, and now you're just aware, you realize, yeah, I can be aware without being aware of anything in particular. I am fundamentally awareness. And into that awareness right now are coming a cup, a microphone, a table. I can close my eyes and those are gone from awareness. So somehow there is this field of awareness that is, in some sense, deeply and fundamentally who you really are. It
Seems like your theory would say that's false.
Well, it's going to say that the reason why I talk about this awareness is that when we talk about all these specific conscious experiences, we have to write down something that's called a probability space. First, we're required mathematically to do this. So we write down a probability space in which
Probability of qualia.
That's right. Probability of qualia. So you have to write down the space of all the potential qualia that this particular conscious agent could experience. So here is this space, and there's the mathematical structure. It's just sitting there prior to any particular experience happening. It's just sitting there. And it took me a few years to ask myself the question, what is that space? I had to write it down. I couldn't do the math. I couldn't write down my Markovian dynamics until I wrote down the probability spaces. But the way we do it is we just, of course, have to write that down. So you don't even think about it. You write down the probability space, and you go on to the fun stuff. You write down now the dynamics and so forth. But a few years later, I came back and go, well, wait a minute. I went too quickly on this first part. I had to write down a probability space. What does that mean? Because this is a space prior to any specific conscious experiences happening. And so the best I can say right now is that perhaps is the mathematical counterpart to what I was just describing, which is the awareness that you can experience prior to having any particular specific conscious experience arise in that awareness. So that's why I talk about it in that way.
Can I just restate that to make sure that I understand and linger on it for a second for the audience? So you're using words that I know you know are dangerous, that Annika Harris has warned you about letting people carry the sense of self into all this.
Right.
Because you said you are the awareness, but really consciousness is the awareness that animates me in some way, or it needs my constraints in order for it to experience the qualia. I think that's the right way to think about it. And so in those moments where either through meditation, I get to where I am simply aware of the qualia of being aware, but when it's not aware of anything in particular, so I'm not aware that my foot hurts. I'm not aware that my stomach is churning on food. I'm not aware of something I need to do later in that day. I am just the potential to point that awareness at something is the thing that I'm sitting in. That's who we really are. So that feels right, but I know it's retrapping me in my sense of self that I am a real thing. Your whole thing clicks into place for me when I realize that according to your theory, and this makes a lot of things make sense in my own life, I am simply one instantiation that creates a set of what I call biological limitations that then once I have those constraints, now the fundamental element of consciousness can begin to explore its qualia. The different things that like, oh, in this human form, I can experience these things. And with all the context that this person has, he responds to this thing in this way.
Right. Agreed.
There are some deep complexities with that, but we'll push those off for later. Okay, so if that's where we're at, my fundamental question is, why does consciousness Why is it compelled to explore these qualia states?
That's the $64,000 question. So I don't know, but of course, that's the very natural question to ask. And I agree with what you just said. I mean, I don't want to reify the self. What we are avatars of the one, effectively. And the one consciousness the one awareness is exploring all of its possibilities through different avatars. Why? I think there may be some deep mathematical reasons. So it may be that, there are theorems to the effect that no system can completely know itself. It's impossible. So, because, for example, if I have a computer and I want the computer to explore itself, how is it going to know itself? Well, it's going to have to build a model of itself and write down in the very process of building a model of itself and writing into its memory things about itself, it's becoming more complicated. It's changing itself. So now, to really understand itself, it's going to have to now describe what it just did. And now so you get this infinite loop. And so there are problems with self-understanding. It's not possible, in many cases, provably not possible, to have a complete understanding of yourself. You get into this infinite loop of, now I have to be more complicated to understand myself after I just understood myself, right? And so that's one direction of this. Another direction is there's a whole hierarchy of infinities. So the integers, 1, 2, 3 up to infinity, that's an infinite number of integers. We call that a countable infinity, or Aleph 0, the Hebrew letter Aleph, and 0 just meaning the smallest infinity. But there are other infinities. So if you take the set of all subsets of integers, so like 1, 2, and 1, 5, and 2, 3, 4, look at all the possible subsets of integers and ask, how many subsets are there? How many subsets of integers can you come up with? It turns out that, of course, there's an infinite number of these subsets.
Because every number is divisible by an infinite number of slices?
No, we're just grouping them together. So I'm saying, think about the group 1 and 2. So that's a group. Now 1 and 5.
Got it. So we can group an infinite number infinite number of times.
So those are called all the different possible subsets of the integers.
Got it.
And there's, of course, an infinite number of them, because 1 is a group, 2 is a group, 3. So we already know there's an infinite number, but there's more than that. How much more? It turns out it's a bigger infinity. So
it's a bigger infinity.
It's a bigger.
Say what?
That's what mathematicians said when Cantor, the mathematician who first came up with this, when he first proved this.
This feels a bit like my speaker goes to 11. Why not just make 10 louder? But this one goes.
This
to
one
11.
goes. It's actually a different size of infinity, and
How's
so
that possible? I literally can't wrap my head around that.
there is something called a Cantor's diagonal argument. So there's a simple diagonal argument where you can actually show on paper, pen and paper, that it's impossible to capture all the power set, this bigger infinity, with the smaller infinity. So he gives what's called a Cantor's diagonal. So if people want to check me on this, you just look up Cantor and Cantor's diagonal argument for a proof that there are these bigger infinities. And you can actually, I think most people can actually follow the proof. I mean, it's mind-bending, but you can follow it. Well, there's not just one bigger infinity. That's Aleph 1, is the bigger infinity. Now, take the power set. So, by the way, taking the set of all subsets is called taking the power set. So the power set is all the possible subsets. So now I've got Aleph 1, which is the bigger infinity, which is all the power sets of Aleph 0. But now I can take all the power set of Aleph 1. That gives me Aleph 2. Take the power set again at Aleph 3, Aleph 4, and this goes forever. So infinity is not one thing. There's an infinite, unending hierarchy of ever larger infinities. So we have to, my view, take this into account in our theory of consciousness, that all of these different infinities are valid directions for projection of this one deeper consciousness. And so so the answer to your question may again be, because Cantor's hierarchy never ends, this exploration never ends. The exploration of the possibilities of consciousness, of qualia, is in principle never ending.
Do we recognize
the truth of reality?
Well, our best science tells us that space-time is not fundamental. This is the conclusion of both physics and evolution by natural selection. So the physicists tell us that space-time is doomed, it's not fundamental, and they're finding new structures beyond space-time, like the amplitude-hedron, that actually make the math easier in space-time for the things they need to do. And then evolution by natural selection also agrees with the physicists that space-time is not fundamental. And
Let's explain that. So when you
Okay.
say that space-time isn't fundamental, what do we mean exactly? In like the simplest, or we'll get into the geeky, like deep stuff in a second, but for the audience that hasn't heard you talk before,
Right.
what does that mean?
Well, we tend to think of space and time as the basic level of reality. Everything that could possibly be is inside space and has some time. The Big Bang was the start of it all, and who knows what the end will be, maybe a big crunch or just petering out in low entropy and low temperature, we don't know yet. But that, we think, or we thought, is the basis of all reality. So space and time are the basic stage on which all of reality plays out. And
How
for
can it
most of
not be though?
That's the weird thing. Yeah.
Does that mean that whatever is real, and we should probably give people your headset metaverse explanation, which speaks dear to my heart, but before we do that, does that mean that whatever is real is non-physical?
Well, so the word real is a little slippery. So in some sense, my headache is real, right? Because it's a real experience. But it real in the sense that the physicists are talking about it when they thought that space and time were fundamental, they were thinking that this was the fundamental ground of all possible realities. Like in a Newtonian universe, and even in Einstein's point of view. Einstein thought that space and time was the grounding reality for everything. And now we realize that the 4 dimensions of space-time, or even 10 dimensions of string theory or something like that, is not going deep enough. There are structures entirely beyond space-time and entirely beyond quantum theory. So these new structures are not like little structures sitting inside at the small scales
I
of
don't think we
space-time.
can get to structures yet. People are going to be super lost. So
Okay.
the idea of the headset, I think, is
Okay.
a really core concept. So
Yeah.
somebody asked you once, like, in the future, we're going to start using different metaphors. What metaphors do you think we're going to use? And you said the metaverse. As somebody trying to contribute to the metaverse, my ears perked up on that one.
right.
Why will that become such a useful metaphor for this moment and how we perceive things?
Right, because the way that evolution speaks on this is it says that our perceptions of objects in space and time is really just like a virtual reality headset. It's there to help you play the game of life without knowing what's on the other side of the headset, what's on the other side, what's the hardware and software that's running the game. You don't have to know that to play the game. And in fact, if you were trying to play a game of like Grand Theft Auto in virtual reality, and you had to toggle millions of voltages per second to drive your car, you would lose when you were competing with someone who could just turn a nice little simple steering wheel and press on a artificial gas pedal. So evolution gave us senses that allow us to survive by hiding the truth and just telling us how to act. So as the evolutionary theorists would say, our senses guide adaptive behavior.
Why does natural selection as a theory predict that? Because I understand the theory, I guess, well enough at a high level, but I never would have guessed that it actually says, that it makes a prediction anyway, that whatever is real, the only thing I can tell you that evolution has selected for is not that. So where, is this something that Darwin himself saw in his theory, or would he be surprised?
I think Darwin would be surprised. And in fact, many evolutionary theorists today are surprised. And
so how do we know this isn't just a kooky interpretation of natural selection by Donald Hoffman?
Exactly. So the way we pursue this is, it turns out that Darwin's theory has been turned into a mathematically precise theory. It's called evolutionary game theory. So John Maynard Smith started that in the 1970s. And so we now have, instead of, Darwin's theory, which is, it's imprecise in the sense that it's not a mathematical model. Evolutionary game theory, evolutionary graph theory are mathematically precise. So we can now prove theorems. And we can ask technical questions. So what is the probability that natural selection would shape any sensory system of any organism to reveal any true structures of objective reality? That's a clean technical question. And it turns out that evolutionary game theory is precise enough to address that question.
Okay, so I know I've gotten hung up on that a lot, and I think for people of my cognitive ability, we will have to accept that as the miracle of this conversation. Otherwise, we'll derail on that, because I don't understand how his theory can be turned into a math equation, and I worry that for you to explain it to me would take an entire semester and cause me to tear my hair out. But so if we can accept, unless you're thinking, it looks like you may have a way to explain it.
I can give you a hint. I can give a little hint. It's, when we say evolutionary game theory, think about game theory. How do you play Monopoly and win? How do you play various games? So it turns out you can look at different strategies that someone might have. I'm going to go for Park Place. I'm going to go for Boardwalk. I'm going to try to, there's all different strategies. And you can then write down mathematically, okay, if you take this strategy, what is the probability that you will do well against someone who's taking this other strategy?
And it's all about most offspring?
So the strategies are ways to survive long enough to reproduce. And so you can look at different strategies for playing the game of life. So for example, some organisms will have millions or thousands of offspring. But they don't care about the offspring. Most of them will die. But if 1% of them make it, you're good. Humans tend to have just a handful of offspring, and we put a lot of effort into them. So those are different strategies. And so as you look, some strategies, for example, in perception, humans really have focused in our evolution on vision and hearing, and less on smell and taste and so forth. Other organisms focus on things that we don't even have, like echolocation in bats. So different organisms will take different strategies. The game of life is, how do I live long enough to reproduce? And how do I raise my offspring to maturity? Do I just make lots of them and let them fend for themselves, and most of them die, but a fraction will make it? Or do I make just a few of them and really help them for 20 or 30 years until they can go on their own?
Or more these days.
Or more those days.
So from evolutionary game theory's perspective, what is the most successful creature on planet Earth?
Probably bacteria.
Interesting.
Right? There's a lot more bacteria than there are
good answer.
Than us, and maybe viruses if they're more. So from that point of view, the winner is the one who survives long enough to reproduce and reproduces for a long period of time. And cyanobacteria have been around for billions of years. So they're certainly candidates. I'm not saying that they're the final answer, but that kind of thing would be. Humans are relative newcomers.
And I actually really like the theory that humans are bacteria's way of moving around, which is pretty interesting when you think that we're outnumbered by the bacteria in our guts, on our skin, all of that stuff. It's pretty interesting. I should have guessed that answer, but I didn't. But that makes a lot of sense.
Right. So this gives you the idea of when you're playing a game, there's lots of strategies, especially in a complicated game, there's lots of strategies. And it's not that there's going to be one best strategy. It's rather that if Tom is using this strategy, what strategy should I use to counter Tom's strategy? And so forth. Same thing in business, right? It depends on who your competition is, what strategies you're going to take. And what is the governing system and so forth, like with the laws and so forth. That will all determine your strategy. So you can use game theory and turn it into a tool for studying evolution as a game where your bacteria are trying to play the game of life one way, humans are playing the game of life another way. Every different organism, every different plant is playing the game of life with a different kind of strategy.
That's really interesting. It's funny, this is the third time I've interviewed you, and I've never pushed on this because there was something about I couldn't wrap my brain around it, so I'm glad you took the time.
Yeah.
What's fascinating to me is every species has its own Umwelt,
Yes.
which is a really fascinating concept. So I looked this up once, and every time I say this stat, I think I must be wrong because it just seems way too far off. But humans are able to perceive 0.0035% of the electromagnetic spectrum. And I was like, how is that possible? That's so, like, everything that we see and think of as the known world is 0.0035%.
Right.
That is like vanishingly small.
Exactly right. So our window on the world is trivial compared to what could in principle be available. And so the question that you can then ask in a technical fashion is, what is the probability that a strategy of seeing true structures about objective reality, would that strategy help you to survive long enough to raise kids? And so we can ask that as a technical question. Evolution has the tools to do that. And the key concept is something called a fitness payoff. So fitness payoff is like, if you're playing a game, there's a certain way that you get points in the game. If you're playing a video game, right, you have to shoot things down or avoid getting hit and to get points. And if you get enough points, you get to the next level of the game. Well, fitness payoffs, if you get enough fitness payoffs, what that corresponds to is you're surviving long enough to reproduce, and you don't go to the next level of the game, but your offspring and your DNA in your offspring go to the next level of the game. So here's the big idea. We can ask these fitness payoff functions that govern our evolution. They do depend on whatever the world is and the world structure. So they do depend on the world. They depend on the organism. You know, what's fit for me is not fit for a benthic fish. Being 5,000 meters under the water would kill me. It's just what the benthic fish wants. So the fitness payoffs depend on the true structure of the world. It depends on the organism, you know, Hoffman versus a fish, and the action, feeding, fighting, fleeing, and mating, and so forth. And you can then ask, what is the probability? And this is the key technical question. What is the probability that a randomly chosen fitness payoff function that's governing my evolution has information about the true structure of the world? Right? Because it's that evolution tells us those fitness payoffs are what determine how your senses are going to evolve.
What's the base assumption there that that reality is so complex? In fact, I want to take a second to really elucidate the example you gave about Grand Theft Auto, which I think is so brilliant. What's actually happening in Grand Theft Auto is electrical currents are toggling on and off gates on the computer, and that somehow makes things happen on your screen that you can interact with and score points and all that.
Right.
But if you look at a chip, it is so complicated that trying to zap electrodes in the right order, literally impossible.
Right.
And so everything that we as the average non-computer programmer think of as a computer is really just the GUI. It's the interface. And so you're there at a really abstracted level. It is so abstract as to be nonsensical compared to what's actually happening at the electrical communication level with the machinery itself sending signals to your TV.
Exactly.
And if real life has that same level of complexity, then I get why it would need to be so abstracted that as to be just nonsensical compared to what reality really is. Something I think breaks in people's intuition. It certainly breaks in my intuition when I think, though, that there has to be some sort of mapping. So the example that you've said many times, which I think is really on point, is if people are going to make fun of you, what they will say is, oh, you don't think any of this is real? Go ahead and step in front of that train and see if it kills you.
Right.
And of course, it's going to. So the representation of the train is pointing at something that will change your state from alive to dead.
That's right.
Now, whether all of that is so, again, abstracted from what's actually happening at a electrical level, I don't even know what to liken it to. But nonetheless, stepping in front of a train will flip you from alive to dead, whatever that means in the underlying reality. So do you think at all about do you care what it's mapping to, or are you just like, it doesn't matter, it's too complicated, we're not there yet?
Well, I do care, and that's why I'm interested in this particular theorem, right? Because my interest is, I'm seeing a world of space and time and objects with colors and shapes and motions. How is that the true world? Is that the true structure of objective reality? Or is this as divorced from reality? Is what we're seeing as divorced from the fundamental reality as my Grand Theft Auto VR headset is from the voltages inside the supercomputer that's running it? That's the simple question, right? So when I talk about things outside of space-time, it's just like, suppose someone had played Grand Theft Auto since they were 1 day old, and their parents had left them in a headset their whole life. And when they're 25, the parents say, guess what? You've been in a headset your whole life. And that person probably can't even, what could possibly be outside of my headset? I've lived my whole life inside this headset. And you pull it off and you realize, oh wow, there's a whole world that's entirely outside of what you're in. That's the question we're asking. Has evolution shaped us with just a little headset, a VR headset, that guides adaptive behavior but shows us none of objective reality? That's the technical question. And the answer is very, very clear. The probability is 1 that we don't see the truth at all.
Meaning 100%.
100%.
Okay, so if the probability is 100% that you are seeing a very false version,
Right.
the thing that seems to predict to me is that the underlying reality is so complicated that at least in this form, I don't know how else to refer to that, in this form, it would, with our Umwelt, our ability to process data, whatever, it would not make sense to try to deal with the reality, that it's far more efficient to create an abstraction layer. But if underlying reality is dead simple, that doesn't seem like it would hold true. So do we just presume that there is extreme complexity?
Well, it turns out that the extreme complexity isn't necessary for this theorem to be true.
Interesting. Why would you need such an elaborate abstraction if it isn't complicated?
Well, so it turns out when you actually just look at the math, so suppose the world has some number of states, 1 billion states, or 100 states, whatever it might, so there's some number of states in the world. And you have some number of states of perception. I can see green, red, there's lots of things I can see. When you just do a simple count, look at all the possible functions from the states of the world to the states of my perception, just count them. So the world doesn't have to be complicated. It could have just 100 points or 1,000 points. When you count all the functions that are the fitness functions, and ask how many of those functions actually contain information about the structures in the world, it turns out that very quickly the proportion goes to 0. So even if the structure isn't that complicated, maybe there's only one structure in the world. Mm-hmm. That's all it has, like a total order. Something, 1 is less than 2 is less than 3 is less. What is the probability that total order? So the world could be very simple. It only has one simple structure, total order, and the world only has maybe 1 million states. So it's not a very complicated world. 1 million states. What is the probability that the fitness payoff functions that govern my evolution would preserve the total order information, would actually be able to tell me about the total order? And the math is quite simple, and the answer is 0.
But that has to predict something. So when I make the base assumption that it's because it is too complex. So to give people, I want to start putting definitions to some of these words. So when you say state, let's say lights on, lights off. So we all live where Earth has 2 states. The sun is up, the sun is down. That's one. Temperature would be another state. Could be hot, could be cold.
Right.
Barometric pressure could be high, could be low, could be wet, could be dry. Like we can so there's a lot of different things. And so to your point about the fish, they're dealing with massive pressures.
Right.
If they were to come up where there's no pressure, they would disintegrate or not be able to move or whatever, just like we crush down to the, like a tiny can. So
they would explode and we would crush.
Right, exactly.
Right.
So, okay, that when you say states, that's one example.
Exactly right.
I don't understand how if everything were static, it were one state, that we would need an abstraction layer to navigate it more effectively than somebody that sees objective reality. So now I'm going to use an example to further illustrate what I mean. I'm going to use an example you gave me the first time. You cannot imagine how many times I've quoted you on this.
Okay.
You said, Tom, you have to understand that objective reality isn't like, oh, here's a table and it's got this nice swirly grain pattern. It's the number of photons reflecting off of that desk and the amount of reflectivity and all that. Now, irony of ironies, as I have started working in the metaverse, you realize how complicated the visual world is. The 0.0035% of the visual spectrum that we actually see is insanely complicated to replicate.
Right.
Donald,
Right.
It's the hardest thing I've done in my life. It's crazy, and I don't even have to fully understand it. I just have to guide the team that understands it. Anyway, when you said that, I was like, whoa, what reality is very different than how I experience it. So cool, complex.
Right.
So now I get why the math works out.
Right.
But if it isn't complex, so you don't seem to be struggling with this. What is it that you understand that I don't, or what is your base assumption that's different than mine that makes it make sense to you that to achieve maximum fitness payoff, you would 100% not retain elements of reality?
Right. So first, I don't deny that I suspect that reality is very complicated. So my
that
point
isn't necessary
that's
for
not
this to
necessary
hold true.
for this. That's right. It's just simply a counting thing. So if you look at all the functions from one set to another set, like so I have functions for, say I have numbers 1 through 10, and that's my base set, and I'm going to map them into numbers 1 through 10. So I can map 1 to 3 and 2 to 5 and so forth. So now if you just do, if you think about that problem, I could probably figure, okay, how many different functions are there, right? So you can write down all. Now you can say, okay, how many of those functions have the property that, they preserve that 1 is less than 2 is less than 3 and less than 4. How many of them scramble that order? How many preserve that order? How many scramble? How many contain information about the 1 less than 2, less than 3, less than 4? So this is called combinatorics. It's a branch of mathematics.
Oh, I'm unfortunately all too aware of it because of NFTs.
Yes.
Which require you to understand this because you have, to your point, and maybe this is what you're saying, and so maybe I actually now am understanding it. Let me walk you through what we had to discover in NFTs. Okay, so you create all these traits, all these categories, I should say, and then within each category you have maybe 10 possible eyebrows that it could be, eyeball types, hairstyles, facial hair, so on and so forth. That outputs, let's say, 2 billion potential permutations.
Exactly right.
But you want to maintain a distribution in the 10,000 that you're actually going to show. So we were all trying to do the math and we're working it out, and I'm like, there's no way it's as simple. No. There's some problem. And then we showed it to physicists and they fell out laughing and they're like, yeah, it's not that simple. And so they're like, for you to maintain the percentage likelihood to get gold eyes, let's say, out of your 2 billion combinations, they're like, you have to force it down into this thing, which they called combinatorial or whatever. And so I was like, okay.
And so that really is the point here, that even though I agree with you that the universe is probably, the real universe, whatever it is very complicated. I believe that. Combinatorics blow up so quickly.
Got it.
By the time you just get to a few hundred elements, that, as you found, the explosion of possibilities is so great that when I ask how many of those possible fitness functions would actually be so special that they contain information about the structure of where they came from, out of all of the possible fitness functions that
So it's not an overly complicated world, it's just the number of potential mapping points and combinations.
Exactly right.
Very interesting.
Because evolutionary theory puts no restriction on the fitness payoff functions. Any possible.
I mean, there could be as many as you can imagine.
And there's no restriction. There's no restriction that says they have to show you the truth. That's not part of the theory.
Right.
So and by the way, no one knows how to put that into the theory, right? So I mean, to say that it requires that only the fitness functions that preserve the truth would be a major revision to evolutionary theory. It would be unrecognizable. So when you look then and say, okay, every fitness payoff function is equal likely as any other fitness payoff function. They're all on equal footing. And then you count the ones that actually have information about the truth. They go to 0 probability in fast order. Now there is one I should bring out. There's a group at Yale that has recently published a paper that's trying to push back on this. And what they say is if you have, say, a bunch of, like thousands of fitness payoff functions, they're all radically different, then they say that you'll be forced to go to the truth. And the argument that they make is that if our high-level cognitions, our beliefs, our goals, and so forth, are not going to interfere with our perceptions, they claim that then our perceptions have to have a single mapping from the state of the world into the state of our senses. It has to be a single mapping. You can't have more. So, because one thing I could do with a lot of fitness functions is say, well, this fitness function is different from that one, so I will do this kind of mapping from the world into my senses with this fitness payoff function. Then I'll do another mapping with this fitness payoff function. And they say, if you're going to have what we call cognitive impenetrability, so what you believe cognitively cannot affect what you see. Okay, that's the argument. Then you must have only one mapping. Well, so that's their assumption.
So hold on, let me make sure I understand that. So they're saying that basically so that your delusions don't create the exterior world, or at least your perception of it, you have to have this mapping so that you're actually detecting and seeing what is real?
They're saying that if what you believe doesn't affect your senses in a fundamental way,
Yep.
then they claim that entails that you can only have one mapping from the world, the mapping of your senses from whatever the world is into what you're seeing, the colors and the shapes and so forth. There can only be one map that holds regardless of what the fitness payoff function is. That was their claim. So, and the only reason I bring this up is because this is a recently published paper. The claim is false. It's trivial to show counterexamples. Their fundamental claim is false.
Please do, as a way just to make sure that I actually understand what they're saying, because this sounds like what they're trying to protect against is hallucinations basically becoming subjectively real.
Right. So I actually think that it's true, probably to a large extent, that what we believe does not really affect fundamentally what we see. So technical term we use, the geek term, is cognitive impenetrability of perception. That's what the philosophers of science will talk about, and cognoscientists that are, and you can think about, scientists might like this because they'll say, look, we want to use our senses in our experiments. My theory makes a prediction. I have to go look and see if the prediction is true. Well, if my theory that I'm holding would change what I see, then science isn't going to really be objective, right? I mean, if I believe this theory and it changes how I see the data, then I might just see the data that confirms the theory and I can't escape. So that's why the philosophy of science has been very interested in this question. Are our high-level theoretical beliefs and just our beliefs as everyday people, do they get in there and somehow fundamentally affect how we see the world? And there is a sort of a way you could say the way I believe things does change my world, but they don't change like the color I see, or the three-dimensional structure of the cube here that I'm seeing. I mean, they might change it in some way, but not fundamentally like that. So that's the question. And so it's trivial. I mean, so when the group at Yale makes this point that if you have lots of different fitness payoff functions and you don't have your high-level beliefs interfering with the process of perception, then you can only have one map from the world into your senses. And of course they don't prove that, they just state it without proof. And so it's trivially false. We have made counterexamples. It's very, very easy to make counterexamples. I can design a system in which I have, say, 2 fitness payoff functions. And I use one fitness payoff function to make one map from the world into my perceptions, use the other fitness function to make another map. And if I have a system that has no high-level beliefs, then the high-level beliefs aren't interfering with it. There's the counterexample right there. No cognitive penetration of perception, multiple maps. But then I can add beliefs and say, I know I can have beliefs there as long as they don't interfere with this mapping here. I could have two maps. Why not? So they're the guys, the group at Yale, they're brilliant experimentalists, and one of them is a really good friend of one of my collaborators. I mean, they were postdocs at MIT together and so forth. So they're brilliant experimentalists, but the fundamental assumption that they're making is just trivially false. And so then how do we see this in our perceptions? The way we see it in our perceptions is we have probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of fitness payoff functions that are governing our behavior. So what do we do with all that complexity? What we do is we group the fitness payoff functions into groups that are similar. And we take that and we make simple little data structures out of them. And those data structures are what we call objects. So this object is good for drinking.
What is a data structure? When you say that it's an object, meaning my mind groups it so that I can differentiate the cup from the coaster from the desk?
What I'm saying is we're making all this stuff up as a simple way to represent the fitness payoffs and how to get them. So for example, when you're playing Grand Theft Auto, you're playing a game. If you looked inside the supercomputer, there is no red Porsche, there is no steering wheel, there is no gas pedal. In some sense, those are what I call simple data structures. They're coding for, the gas pedal, and pushing on the gas pedal is coding for, who knows, countless millions of voltage changes happening in exactly the right sequence in the computer. I have this trivial data structure, gas pedal, push on it, that triggers this whole other thing that I don't want to know about. It's really too complicated. So that's what I mean by these simplifying data structures. My steering wheel is this simple data structure that I can use to interact with who knows how many billions or trillions of voltages and make them do exactly the right sequence in the right order.
Could I say representation instead of data structure?
Sure, absolutely. Okay. Data structure is a computer science term, so computer scientists would be very happy with that, but representation is perfectly good. And so the idea then is what evolution has done from an evolutionary point of view is it takes all these fitness payoff functions that govern us, that govern our survival, and that we need to respect in order to play the game of life, and we organize them. So an apple is an object. It's a representation of a bunch of fitness payoffs. For example, the apple, if I'm interested in mating, apple's no good. If I'm interested in eating, great. If I'm interested in a weapon, so. I mean, I could throw it at someone's head, but it's not going to do much damage. If I'm, but if I have a sword, well, for mating, no good. For eating, not really. I mean, I could use it to cut a coconut in half, but I can't eat the sword. For fighting, great, but not if you're fighting against a gun and things like that. So every object, and we can recognize, I would say, on the order of 30 or 40,000 different objects, basic kinds of objects. So what that indicates is that evolution has taken all these hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of fitness payoff functions, and it's not making one map from the world into our senses. It's making a bunch of different maps, and those different maps are what we call objects. And our high-level cognition, all it does is, I'm hungry. Okay, well, I won't be looking for tables. I won't be looking for the moon. I'll be looking for apples and bananas and things like that. Those data structures, those representations that have high fitness payoffs for the action of eating. And so visual attention, paying attention to different objects, is our way of switching from this representation of fitness payoffs to this representation of fitness payoffs as I need to be able to survive long enough to reproduce. And so that's sort of technical, but the reason I bring it out is because this is brand new. It's gotten a lot of attention from Yale, and so it's an important thing from the scientific side to really lay to rest that there's not one mapping that's required from the world into our senses by evolution, even if we assume that our beliefs don't interfere with our cognition, our cognitions don't interfere with our perceptions. That doesn't entail that we have to have one mapping. It's just a false assumption. Once you let go of that false assumption, then you are opened up to realize that every object is just a data structure coding for a whole group of fitness payoffs. And that's how evolution deals with it.
The hypothesis that I have that, okay, maybe this really is all a simulation, because as we go to build the next simulation, it actually tells us more. It gives me a better way to understand what's already happening. Now, again, I'm a layperson, so I may be way out of my own depth here, but I think people will be able to follow the internal logic. So this is what I was stating earlier about AI. So the way that AI works is there is an infinite possibility space in noise. So you can just think of it as a screen, and that screen can have, think of every conceivable pixel that's there. And depending on what color you make any one of those pixels, if you have like a grand enough resolution, meaning enough pixels in a finite space, that you can recreate any image that's ever been seen or created, or even just what's possible. So if anybody's seen what they call an AI hallucination, where the AI will just continually like push into itself, and every time it pushes in and a pattern begins to emerge, it then crystallizes that pattern and basically says the most likely shape to emerge out of this would be a staircase. But as you push in, the most likely shape to emerge out of that would be a cathedral. And it just keeps going and going and going and going. And it never runs out of sort of most likely things to emerge out of this pattern is, because it's looked at all of these things. And so it will create things that it's seen before. So the Mona Lisa would be one representation that is very predictable, especially given how many times the Mona Lisa has been replicated. So one of the things in the possibility space is the Mona Lisa, is a Rembrandt, is David, is you looking at your wife this morning, is one of the possibility spaces that it could eventually draw out of this thing. So it's constantly searching for what is the next potential pattern. Now, my whole thing is, what really starts to make this interesting, and the reason that I think that the simulation isn't something to be brushed aside as being trivial, but is critically important if you're right, that what consciousness is doing is it has some motivation for some reason that neither of us know why, but that it is cycling through all of its permutations. If that's what's really happening, then to do that, you need a set of rules. And so what I realize is I'm building going back to the Grand Theft Auto. So we're building a simulated world. And I realize as we build it, all I'm doing is making the most detailed if this, then that statements. And so I'm trying to create these algorithms that then not trick you, but they give you a set of rules by which you now must adhere. But by doing that, by actually limiting the possibility space, I can make a game that's quote unquote fun. So it is in the limitation, it's in the setting of rules that this becomes a useful space. So what I want to know is, you talk a lot about like, hey, we want to get out of the headset. Do you really? Do you want to get out of the headset? Or do you want to manipulate the headset?
Well, when I say we want to get out of the headset, that's as a scientist trying to look for a deeper theory. So as a scientist, I mean, science is...
But let me ask you, so the reason that Einstein, his breakthroughs were so useful is within the headset, they let us do something. Are you trying to do something in the headset? Or so if you understand how the headset works, you can either manipulate like Einstein, bend space-time, right? You can create GPS, which if you didn't understand relativity, you would not be able to do. And that made the atom bomb possible. It made nuclear energy possible. It made GPS possible, his breakthroughs. Are you trying to do a breakthrough that has headset implications? Or are you searching a breakthrough that has get out of the headset implications?
Both. So what I want to do is get a theory of what's beyond, at least a baby step beyond the headset. Presumably, as I mentioned, there's a Cantor's hierarchy of infinities. So we have infinite job security going beyond the headset. It's literally an unending job. But to take a step entirely outside of the headset, then as you point out, as a scientist, I need to make predictions back in the headset because that's the only place we can do experiments.
To prove that you're right, basically.
Well, you can never prove that you're right, but to sort of what we'd say, scientists would say, to get confirmation of your theories, which is not proof, but to say you're not stupid. You seem to be on the good track. It
predicts the things that we already understand.
That's right.
And hopefully makes novel predictions about things that we don't currently understand.
That's right. We should be able to get quantum field theory back as a special case. We get Einstein's theory of general relativity as a special case, evolution by natural selection as a special case. Or generalizations of these theories within space-time. So yes, we're going for the first baby step outside of space-time in terms of a scientific theory, but of course we have to project it back into space-time where we can do experiments and a better look like evolution by natural selection and quantum field theory, or understandable generalizations of those theories, or we're wrong, right? So you might say, well, yeah, if you go outside of space-time, you can do anything. You have all the fun you want. You can do anything you want to. No, you can't. You need to tie it back to what we can perceive inside our headset. So that's where we're headed. But as I said, there's infinite job security, and so I view myself as just looking for a first baby step outside of the headset. Science for centuries has only studied our headset because space-time is our headset. But in the last 10 years, physics has gone beyond. We've talked before about the amplituhedron and decorated permutations and other structures that physicists are finding. These are not the final word. Again, these are the first baby steps outside of our headset. And they will be, of course, refined and eventually superseded.
All right, so there's one of these things that I think I've grasped enough that I can present it to people as one of the first baby steps. So in physics, one of the things they're constantly doing is smashing particles together to try to see what happens when those particles collide, in the hopes that it will reveal smaller and smaller elements of the building blocks of the universe, which will then help us understand what the sort of fundamental makeup of space-time is. And as they look at this data, what they found is that there are patterns in that data that replicate endlessly. And you smash these together, and the collisions, there's so much data. At first, it seems impossible. Just so much data to wade through. We'll never understand anything. And then all of a sudden you realize, wait, there's only so many patterns once you take those, like once you group those shatters. Like if you think of it this way, if every time you broke a mirror, it broke into the same pattern, you'd be like, wait a second. And am I understanding it correctly that that's what happens when you collide particles?
Statistically, yes, right. So it's not exactly, but you can use statistics to show that there are these statistical commonalities to the interactions. Absolutely.
Okay, walk us through that, and why does that matter?
Well, for physicists, of course, this is some of their most fundamental data. So what are particles? Particles, Eugene Wigner taught us, are what he called irreducible representations, unitary representations of the group of symmetries of space-time, what they call the Poincare group. Essentially, particles are like the simplest things allowed by the symmetries of space-time, the simplest entities allowed. And so in some sense, by studying these particles, we're really studying the nature of space-time itself and the structure of space-time. And so when they, for example, in the Large Hadron Collider, they will smash protons together, or they will they'll also sometimes have an electron and smash it into a proton at high energies. And when you do that at high enough energies, you destroy the proton. It actually falls apart. And you see all these particles scattering up, things like quarks and gluons and mesons and so forth. And so you can look at the angles that these particles are spraying out at, and look at, for example, do they have a spin, a magnetic charge? Do they have a mass? So you can look at all the, and then when you start looking at all the data, you begin to see patterns in the data, and so we see, for example, it was a big surprise to physicists that inside the proton there were these things that they now call quarks. But the quarks, in some sense, at least at the energies that are available to us, can't be on their own. You can't have like quarks flying out on their own. There's something called quark confinement. And that was a big, big discovery. So quarks, like in a proton, there are 3 quarks, 2 up and 1 down. A neutron has 2 down and 1 up. But if the quark escapes, it's trying to get away, the force of attraction between 2 quarks grows with the distance. and the energy, the force doesn't grow. The energy. So the force doesn't. Normally we
it's
think
an
of the force.
attractive
The
energy?
force. Yeah, so the force doesn't grow. The force remains constant, and so the energy, the potential energy, it keeps growing and growing as you move these particles apart. And so at some point, they snap, and you create all that energy goes and creates a new quark. Say, so then they pair off. So it's very, very strange, this quark confinement thing. So one reason we do experiments is because, I mean, who ordered that? We wouldn't have guessed, quark confinement. And so, but we found quark confinement, and it's still being studied. I mean, trying to understand that. There's a theory that if we get at really, really high energies, they won't be confined. But those are energies that we currently are nowhere near. And we have no analytic proof right now of quark confinement for what are called non-abelian gauge theories. So one of the big open questions in physics is to actually prove this analytically. So they have lattice gauge models that of this that show it, and they have other cases where the experiments and the theory convince them it's the truth, but we don't actually have the final analytic proof of this in what's called non-abelian gauge theories. So that's still an interesting open question. But that's why physicists are doing this. These particles are really probing, in some sense, the fundamental nature of space-time itself. And so they look at patterns. They look at the cross-sections for interactions. So this was, for example, way back in the early studying of the atom. So there was a plum pudding model of the atom, right? So there was electrons were these negative point particles inside a positive field. And then this one experimenter started shooting particles at atoms. And the plum model would say that most of these particles would just go straight through. And most of them did. But every once in a while, one would bounce back. A very, very small percentage of the time. And so that gave them the idea that, okay, there are point-like particles. We now call them protons and neutrons. These particles that they were hitting, but they were a very, very small space within the atom. So the atom was mostly empty space. The electrons were way far away, so to speak, from the much smaller protons and neutrons. And so, but then we look inside the protons and we find that the proton itself and the neutrons are composed of even smaller particles, quarks and gluons and so forth. And who knows, even the quarks and gluons might be composed of smaller particles, but we don't have the resolution in our colliders right now to test that. We can only go to, a thousandth or 10,000th the diameter of a proton, I think. And at that resolution, the quarks and gluons still look like point-like particles.
It doesn't seem self-evident to me that just because, again, I'm granting you the conceit that consciousness is the fundamental thing, but it does not seem self-evident to me that even if consciousness is the fundamental thing that gives rise to this constricting rule set, as I describe it, that we call space-time, that you couldn't have a theory of everything regarding space-time. Why do you think we have failed to get a theory of everything?
In space-time.
In space-time. Knowing that it's the simulation, but going back to Grand Theft Auto, feels like even if I just said, all I can tell you is cause and effect, that when this pixel goes here, it has this effect, and so now I can play everything forwards or backwards. And you could in Grand Theft Auto. It has a set of rules, and it adheres to those rules.
Right.
Period. Plain and simple. And so even though it is the headset, a computer program, assuming that a simulation acts like a computer program, space-time in this case, it adheres to rules. And so when you get a quote-unquote bug, it is what the program is programmed to do. You just didn't intend to program it that way.
Well, I in that framework, yes, I agree with you. That I think we could get a complete theory of space-time. Not a complete theory of everything, but a complete theory of space-time. So so the theory of everything for me would be, space-time is a trivial aspect of everything.
Right.
So, but absolutely, I think we can get a complete theory of space-time, and we'll see its limits. falls apart at 10 to the minus 33 centimeters and 10 to the minus 43 seconds. So we'll see that and we'll understand that. Yeah, so it's quite possible. I would say though, and I like your idea about the the program and the rules and setting up a framework in which you can explore experiences. I'll throw in a little wrinkle. You're writing computer programs, and so Alan Turing, is sort of one of the fathers of modern computer science, and Turing machine was like the first like really good theoretical framework for computer science. And the universal Turing machine that Turing described in some of his papers is sort of our notion of a universal computer. But there's a well-known limit to what Turing machines can do. Take again all the integers, 1, 2, 3, up to infinity, also -1, -2, and so forth. And think about all the functions from the integers to the integers. For example, the square function. So, the square of 2 is 4, the square of 4 is 16, and so forth. How many functions are there? It turns out it's a bigger infinity. It's not accountable. It's a bigger infinity than the integers. But Turing proved that the set of computable functions is countable. So when you're programming, you're using only computable functions, but they're a much smaller infinity than all the possible functions. So right now in our current technology, when we build these computer simulations, we should know that we're using a probability 0 subset of all the functions that are actually available. And maybe later on we'll figure out how to do something more interesting with all these other functions. But then as we go again Cantor's hierarchy, I think that, in other words, the kinds of rules are going to be very, very hard for our heads to understand. You can write down, if you take a class in theoretical computer science, you can study non-computable functions, so that and almost every function is non-computable. Okay, as I just said, the computable functions are probability 0. The set of all functions most of those functions are not computable. But in a theoretical computer science class, you will actually spend some time actually studying, how to construct and prove that a certain function is not computable. Like the halting problem is not a computable. It's not a computable function. It doesn't. And so, but it's really hard for us, even though almost every function is not computable. Almost every function we can think of is computable. So here we are stuck with the limitations of our headset, and so thinking out of the box in this simulation idea is really going to be mind-numbing, because to really think out of the box, you're going to have to learn how to think about non-computable functions, and that is not trivial. So I just wanted to throw that out there to just open up how complicated this can be, and why the exploration
because
could
to
be.
get a theory of even just the everything of space-time, we have to get into non-computable functions.
I don't know if we will or not. That's an open question, but we should be open to that possibility.
It's very interesting.
And certainly to explore consciousness, I see no reason why we should, a priori, I would say this: if someone claimed that the computable functions were all we need, I would say the burden of proof is on you.
Talk about something I have not even considered. I don't know that I can wrap my head around that one yet.
I have a
I'll
hard
save that
time. I
for
mean,
the-
I took a class and I looked at that non-computable function, the halting problem, and you have to really, you have to be sober, you have to be well rested, and you have to think really hard. At least with my apparatus, you have to think really, really hard to even grasp it. It's not trivial.
Intense. Okay, so when we have a hypothesis that makes predictions, we need to be able to solve, we were talking about this a few minutes ago, we need to be able to solve problems, or our hypothesis needs to predict outcomes of things that we can observe but not yet explain. I can't remember if you mentioned this in your paper, but I have heard you talk about this. So dark matter, dark energy, We don't know what the hell it is, but we know that the universe would not hold together if it wasn't for that, or it wouldn't be racing apart at the way that it's racing, whatever. It wouldn't function the way that it functions now. What does your consciousness as fundamental agent tell us about dark energy?
Well, nothing specifically, right? So that's a big open question. In fact, one of the my collaborators is a student working right now on dark energy experiments. A brilliant student named Ben Nepper.
Because he thinks it will yield results tied to consciousness as fundamental?
No, I think it's just because it's a good thing to do at this stage in your career to get that kind of experience and, actually spend time hunting with real experiments for dark matter so you learn the ropes. I think and so he's doing that. And who knows, our current techniques may or may not find dark matter. We just don't know. But it's no surprise from a point of view that says that space-time is not fundamental, to say that there could be influences on our headset that are not explicitly represented by the headset itself. They're only seen as influences on the headset. And so one way that we're going after this in our own mathematics is we have this Markovian dynamics of these conscious agents.
Can you take a second to explain to people what Markovian dynamics are?
Yeah, Markovian dynamics is fairly simple in concept. It says that what you do next. So suppose I'm on just say a sidewalk, and there are different. I could either step one step to the right or one step to the left, and there's some probability. Maybe I choose to step to the right with probability of 2/3, and to the left probability of 1/3. And so you can see where would I go over time. But the key thing about it is that the step I'm going to take now only depends on where I am now. So where I'm going to end up next only depends on where I am now. So there's a finite memory. I don't have to know everything I've done in the past to know what's going to happen next. I only need to know where I am now. And that's the key Markov property, that you only need to really know the current state. You don't have to know the whole history to have all the information about the probabilities for what's going to happen next.
An analogy that I heard that was really helpful in understanding is if you think of it as airports, some airports have more connections to other cities than other airports. So if you're asking, let's say that there's 5 airports in question, one is isolated and one is a hub to all the rest, and then the other ones only have 1 or 2 links, whatever. Going back to your idea of if I'm on the isolated airport, there's only one option. So you don't need to know where I was before all of that. If you know I'm on the isolated one, you know I'm flying back to the only thing it's connected to, which is the other hub.
Right.
Now, when I'm at that hub that has, let's say, 5 options,
right.
Now it's just a probability curve of which one I'm going to go to. But
Exactly
once I
right.
go to another one of those airports, then it's like, okay, well, I could go, to Cincinnati, I could go to New York, I could go to LA, or I could go, let's say those are the only connections. But when I'm in Hawaii, if Hawaii forces me to route through LA, then you know where you're going to go. I was like, okay, that at least gives a simple understanding of, oh, this is a relatively simple concept that sets aside all the history. And so from a computational standpoint, that becomes very important, because when people talk about booting up a simulation of the universe, you very quickly to track every element that could possibly interact with if everything could interact with everything, it becomes impossible. And you would have to have a computer the size of the universe itself in order to track like a 1-for-1 atom, basically. But I think I'm understanding this right, that Markovian dynamics eliminates a lot of that computational need, because I don't have to, there is a small set of things. And once I know the probability distribution, over time, it completely stabilizes. And so when I know if I'm at airport C, I know the exact probability of where they're going to go next.
That's right. So Markovian dynamics help simplify things by demanding only a finite memory instead of an infinite memory of the past history of what you've been doing. But you can make the memory as big as you want. So it's really not too much of a limitation either. So it's a nice formalism.
So why do we care about it?
Well, most of us don't have to deal with infinity anyway in terms of past history, so we can just use finite histories, and that's quite good. And another reason to be interested in Markov dynamics is we talked about computable functions. Well, Markovian kernels are computationally universal, so anything that can be computed with a neural net or with a universal Turing machine can be computed with Markovian kernels. So they give a nice network kind of modeling for dynamics, but they also give us universal computational abilities. And they're not limited to computable functions because the sets on which the probabilities are defined need not be computable sets. So they actually give us a window toward going beyond computation. I'm not there right now, but that window is there in the future if we need to go there. Hopefully that will go there. But so our current model is a Markovian model of conscious agents. And then what we have to do is we can then show that space-time is just a projection of this dynamics. And so there's a lot of states.
Really fast before you move on. So just re-anchoring people that these conscious agents, the states that they can be in are coffee, elation,
Right.
desire, headache. So when we're talking Markovian dynamics, we're talking about moving from one of those qualia states to another, a human headache versus a dolphin headache, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So help me understand why that's important, that I can, like if I'm in the state of blissed out coffee taste, that I have a certain probability of going somewhere else. That feels counterintuitive. It feels like my wants and desires are really what's going to drive the next state, not the state that I'm currently in.
That's right. So now we're just talking about the consciousness, not about space-time for this question,
Yes.
right? So when we write down a Markovian kernel and say, okay, whatever your conscious experiences are now, this Markovian kernel describes what your next conscious experiences will be probabilistically, and also how you're influencing the conscious experience of others. So now we can ask the kind of question you're asking. So
That's happening outside the headset?
this is all outside the headset, right? This is all out.
So the probability of what I do next is determined outside the headset by Markovian dynamics.
That's why we're going to get to this dark energy and dark matter stuff.
You are breaking my brain right now.
That's why I brought this up, is because your question was about dark energy and dark matter. So what we have to get at that from this point of view, what we're going to say is, look, most of the states of this dynamics are states that are not represented in space-time. They're dark. So there are these influences that you're not going to see. When you count up all the matter and all the energy that you can see inside space-time, you're going to be missing all the stuff that didn't project into space-time. So in fact, probably the dark energy and dark matter is much more than we've discovered so far. So that's why it's important. But
So, okay, hold on. This all really does start to feel weird when I remind myself that this is about qualia,
right.
the sense of it being like something. And so I'm going to make something up. Dark energy is the energy created. This is why I don't understand how it could be energy, but dark energy is the energy of a qualia that I will never be able to experience. So it's something like an alien drinking blood wine, making that up, but it has to be qualia. So it's got to be something to be like that thing. Is that right?
Well, it's even more complicated than that. It's not just one qualia. It's probably who knows how many countless infinities
But
of
it would
qualias.
be things like that, right?
Exactly right. That are interacting and affecting the dynamics that we perceive inside of our space-time headset. But notice that among the qualia are, for example, the qualia that you are about 4 feet from me. So your position. There's a quality. I mean, it's very, very different to experience you 4 feet from me than 4 inches from me.
Facts.
Those are very, very. So depth in space is qualia, and in fact, our qualia there sort of compresses. If I look at like a distant mountain, and the moon rising over that mountain, the moon looks a little further than the mountain, but not much, right? Yeah, the moon's a little further. But if you were to, that mountain might be, 20 miles from me. The moon is 250,000 miles from me. So that means you have no idea that it's like orders of magnitude further away. So our qualia space of depth is quite compressed compared to what we might call the measured world. So like when you actually, and you see that in your, like a Grand Theft Auto, when you're actually looking around, you only see the roads around you in a little bit. But the Grand Theft Auto world, you might be able to drive thousands of miles in a really complicated simulation. You don't see thousands of miles at any one time. You only see a little bit that your headset allows you to see. But because you use that same headset and you're not stuck in that world, there's actually a supercomputer that has a much bigger world than your headset, right? Than what you see right now in your headset. But it's rendering a little bit in your headset right now. So that's why the mountain and the moon look about the same, because they're headset. We can now, of course, when we go to the moon on a rocket, now it's like going through Grand Theft Auto with your headset on and going places that you couldn't see because they were too far away in your current headset view, but you can get there eventually. And so that also is pointing to a world outside of your headset. Your headset is just what little bit of that world that you're rendering at any one time. Now, dark energy and dark matter.
You're not really getting outside of your headset to go to Mars. You're getting outside of what you rendered previously.
Well, so at any moment, you're only seeing in your headset, right?
But if I go to Mars, I'm still seeing in my headset.
Yeah, and in Grand Theft Auto, for example, there might be a Porsche that's 1,000 miles away, and you're gonna have to drive like 3 hours in the game to get there. So you're not gonna see it. So it's in the simulation outside of your headset right now. To get it in your headset, you're gonna have to do all this work to get it inside your headset. But it already existed in the software in the computer prior to that. You just don't see it in your headset.
Understood.
So all the stuff inside space-time, the galaxies that we see that are far away from us and so forth, that's not dark matter, dark energy. That's more like the headset stuff that you see in Grand Theft Auto if you go far enough within the game. But then there's this deeper notion that there are some states in the computer that you'll never see in Grand Theft Auto, but they could subtly influence what you are seeing in Grand Theft Auto.
Doesn't your thesis necessarily, no, you're not going to say yes to this, but I'm going to finish. Doesn't your thesis necessarily mean that is some element of I like to think of it as a blob that is consciousness cycling through, why would it be in the same simulation? Cycling through different qualia, but then I don't understand why it would be in the same simulation if it's going to be something I could never possibly interact with.
Right. I mean, almost everything that the real consciousness is doing is not in our headset. We have this. What we're perceiving is probability 0 of what's going on. It's basically, if you ask, of all the things that are being experienced in consciousness, what percent of it do we experience? 0%. 0%.
Yes, understood. But I am in a way experiencing dark energy because it is the thing that makes the universe the way that it is now. So I'm just trying to understand. So the thing that I'm sort of debating in my own head is, okay, when I grant you that consciousness is fundamental, then there's all this internal logic to the space-time continuum that I know and love.
Right.
But I don't know that it's the only way for me to apply the sort of same rationale that you use of whether it's Markovian dynamics. Gödel's incompleteness theorem is probably the more important because that's the one that really helps me understand AI and what AI is doing. So I'm wondering, okay, if I for a second say you have touched on something that's really important, which is that space-time is the simulation. But I don't need to draw the conclusion that consciousness is the fundamental thing. Agreed. That just becomes a debate about whether consciousness can emerge or not. It could be that and this feels more right to me when I try to imagine it, but I fully admit what I'm about to say simply pushes God farther down. It kicks the can.
Okay.
So what feels intuitive to me, because it's what I'm doing, is that I exist in somebody else's simulation that exists in the real world. And that person, they still need God or something. I have not in any way, shape, or form explained that. I've kicked the can. But then all the sort of, there's a set of rules. They seem like they're a little too perfect. They're a little too finely tuned. You've got the Fermi paradox, which I'll probably ask you about later. Sure. Like all these things are like, this is a little sus. The way that this whole space-time is trying to hang together just doesn't really quite complete the circle, including so much of the energy that makes the universe work is this dark stuff. Don't worry about that. Feels like a 13-year-old programmer hand waving it away, telling the teacher like, I just needed something in order to, make all of this work. And when I do that, everything also falls into place. Where I'm like, oh, wow, okay, so I get how they're rendering all this in real time using the same principles that I'm now seeing AI use, pulling things out of the possibility space. Because as somebody developing a video game, I will just tell you, the hardest thing is creating the art assets. So they need something that can render this stuff on the fly and creating the art assets that look good, but are also optimized for the rendering engine, because the rendering engine just gobbles resources. Right. So it's like, when I take that view, and instead of going, there's this magical thing called consciousness, I'm like, I'm still dealing with God. There's a God somewhere doing something, whatever. There's a thing I don't understand. But space-time being born of a 13-year-old just trying to, like, you could literally go to the Unreal Engine store and be like, give me Einstein's physics. Right. And you plunk them in and it would work. He wouldn't even have to know how to program it. Right. He just took it, whatever, give me what they understood in 2023 and let's drop it in. Right. We'll see what happens. Like, that still works. Exactly. So I agree. What is it that gives you the confidence that the thing that is giving birth to all of this is consciousness itself?
Oh, I'm not confident at all. So everything
is it your leading theory?
It's just my leading theory.
Why is it your leading theory?
First, I would agree with you that we could just say that there are some kind of dynamical entities outside of space-time, and be agnostic about the nature of those entities. Just write down their dynamics and then show how it projects into space-time, and we could be good. Absolutely. The reason I'm going after consciousness is two things. Very personal first. I mean, we all have headaches and we have conscious experiences. And so we want to understand what consciousness is, right? And the standard view right now among my colleagues in the neurosciences is that consciousness is something that's created by brain activity or embodied brains. Or perhaps, if we're lucky, AIs and so forth. But physics is fundamental, physical stuff is fundamental, and consciousness is a latecomer. If space-time is doomed, if space-time is not fundamental, that whole story of consciousness is out the window.
Does physicality go out the window? Let me see if I can answer my own question using your words to see if I understand this. Is physicality out the window if space-time is doomed? You would say yes, because local realism is proven that it isn't. There is no local realism, that all of this is fake. Everything you see and experience, it's all just quote unquote rendered in real time as you engage with it. Therefore, at least in what we experience, because local realism isn't true, physicality cannot be true.
That's right. To put it very simply, I don't have neurons right now. If you looked inside my skull, you would see neurons. You would render them. But there are no neurons. Right? So neurons do not exist when they're not perceived. So neurons couldn't create consciousness because they're not even there to do it. Mm-hmm. And nor could particles. Particles don't exist when they're not perceived.
Here's where limited minds like mine get tripped up. Because your analogy is so profound and feels so right, and for this to be a simulation, I say to myself, something has to be running the simulation. And I can't get myself outside of that. Something somewhere is going to be physical.
That's a hard one. For me, too. By the way, I have all the same knee-jerk emotional reactions that everybody else has to this stuff, even stronger. So maybe that's why it's good for someone like me to be doing this, because, my emotions don't believe any of this. They don't believe it at all. It's literally only the mathematics pushing me, kicking and screaming at each step. You have to go with the mathematics and what the theories are saying. But I don't find it that intuitive. Maybe I will at some point, but I don't find it that intuitive. So yeah, you could say, we don't need to talk about consciousness. There's just some dynamical entities outside of space-time.
Why can't consciousness be a part of the simulation?
It may, for all I know, it may be. So maybe this thing that I called awareness, where this prior to any particular conscious experiences, now there I'm completely in over my head. I have no idea what to say about that thing, right? I literally have nothing intelligent to say.
What if awareness is just the qualia of being rendered, of your process being run by the central computer?
That's as good an idea as I've ever had, but I don't feel very confident in this area at all. I mean, the closest we can personally get is the kind of thing I suggested, go into a quiet room, turn off the light, let go of thought, which is not easy, let go of everything, and try to just be aware of awareness. Be aware of being aware, and try to sit there with that. And what you find is it's a profound experience. The more you just sit there, being aware of awareness without thinking about, you're not. See, the whole point about not thinking is thinking. You're back into this small computational realm. You're back into this really tiny, out of all the infinities, you're back in this little tiny infinity. So letting go. So this is not.
We know the headset is computation, though, right?
Well, we don't know for sure. Our current models are, but we haven't
Doesn't
proven that.
Doesn't local realism not being real mean that it has to be computational?
No, it doesn't entail. So it doesn't entail that at all. No.
Huh. Now I'm broken again. I don't know how to make sense of that.
Right. So
how can anything? This is interesting. Here's my base where I realize I don't know how to escape this. I feel like for qualia to exist, it must be processed. I will even grant that the processing is simply the Markovian dynamics of moving from one thing to another, the switching of states, fine. But it is moving from one state to another, which I will call that processing.
Right. Yeah, it's just not a physical process. It's and it doesn't have to be a computational process even. It could be functions that are not computational.
Yeah, I try not to kill the audience with the things that I just can't wrap my head around.
Well, it hurts me too. I'm telling you these things, but not because it's easy for me. My head hurts too thinking about these things.
Do you have an example of something that's non-computational? I think you gave one earlier, but I forget.
Well, so the standard story that if you take a computer science class and study the theory of computation, they'll tell you about something called the halting problems. So this is like one of the big problems and Turing, I believe, posed it and showed that it was not computational. The question is this: if a Turing machine is like a universal Turing machine is like a universal computer. You can give it a program. Turing thought about putting a tape with some punches on it, essentially. So you have this tape reader, and the Turing machine would look at one square on the tape and read that symbol, and then it would change state, and then move left to right and write a symbol. And that's all the universal Turing machine could do. And so the question that Turing asked was, suppose we ask the question, will the Turing machine stop after a finite number of moves? Will it halt? On arbitrary sets of these tapes that you're giving it, programs. That's called the halting problem. The question is there a Turing machine that can decide, so is there an algorithm that can decide whether this Turing machine will halt or not for any particular given input?
So can you tell the Turing machine to stop? Is that the...
Well, no. So I should say one more thing about Turing machine. So a Turing machine is going back and forth and changing its state. And when it's done, when it actually is like computed the square of a number or whatever it is that it's doing, it halts. It goes into what's called a halt state. And so that when it goes into a halt state, that means it's done. It did the computation. So, but there are some computations that go on arbitrarily long.
Well, I don't understand why.
You never come to the end. You never come to the end of it.
There's some sort of recursive loop in it.
Yeah, that's
by
right.
its nature.
In fact, probably most. So the question is.
So when you say non-computational, you mean something that ends up in that loop?
Yeah, where the Turing machine never halts. You give it an input.
It never thinks it's done.
And it never thinks it's done.
Got it.
That's so the halting problem
and most
is.
things are like that.
Yeah, I would guess that, yeah, most tapes are probably you wouldn't halt. Would be my guess, but that's not an important point here. I think that's the case, but it's not a central point. The fact is that many won't halt, and so the question that Turing raised was something like this: so is there a Turing machine that can tell you, if it says, given this Turing machine and all these inputs, whether this Turing machine, which one of these inputs will it halt? Okay. And it turns out that there's no Turing machine that can do that. So it's not a
There's
computable
no
function.
Turing machine that will know which one is going to halt?
That there's no Turing machine that can tell you that whether this other Turing machine will halt or not on all these inputs.
Interesting. So it can never understand it without running the calculation itself?
Well, and the Turing machine itself would never halt. The one that was trying to do this would never halt. So it's called the halting problem, and it's so when you take a computer science class, you'll get a much better explanation than I've just given you. But basically, you'll see that there's no algorithm that will tell you whether a particular Turing machine will halt or not on any possible inputs.
You've got this idea that Gödel's incompleteness theorem says that it's this infinite thing, and that there's always going to be more to explore, that you will never be able to have a theory of everything. And when you ask yourself, why would this be the case, or how does that tie into consciousness? And maybe I'm getting this slightly wrong, but my interpretation of what you said is that it's possible that, given that consciousness is basically exploring itself, and we are all of the permutations that it must run through to basically have the negative take. I know that not to be me, and that helps me understand who I am. How close am I getting?
That's I think a very, very good first approximation, with the proviso that we understand now, based on what we talked about in Gödel's incompleteness theorem, that everything that we are saying now are just words, and they're only pointers into a realm that's unlimited and infinitely beyond anything that even our words can point to. So even when I talk about consciousness as being more fundamental than space-time. But even then, if I step back and go, okay, to be really consistent, I have to admit that even a theory of consciousness is not a theory of everything, and it may not even be the right language. It's just the next baby step in our scientific
exploring. How could consciousness be more fundamental than space-time? Wouldn't the thing that the local realism, which requires you to look at something, state that if consciousness were more fundamental than space-time, it would already be observing itself?
So the way to think about it is, maybe an analogy is, you're wearing a headset.
Yep.
And you're playing Grand Theft Auto again. But there is no real car out there. The steering wheel is just in your head. It's all in your perceptions. All of that is in your, so the entire physical world, quote unquote, of Grand Theft Auto is made up in your mind, made up in your consciousness.
So my consciousness, or whatever consciousness is creating the virtual world.
That's right. The way I think about it, and again, words have limitations, but the math model we're working on consciousness indicates that there is one unlimited consciousness that cannot be modeled, but we can talk about projections of it. That one big consciousness can have projections, and we're having a projection into a 4D space-time format, and there's a Tom projection and a Don projection, but we're just projections of this one unlimited consciousness that's utterly outside of space and time. And this is probably not a particularly sophisticated projection. As I was saying, 4D space-time only goes to 10 to the minus 33 centimeters. Pretty trivial. So this is consciousness not being too serious. This is like a trivial projection, but it's doing whatever it needs to do. We're doing some science. We're talking. We're learning to love each other. Which maybe, who knows? That might be the big thing. Maybe it's learning to know yourself beyond any concepts, and to know that everybody else is really you under a different avatar. and to learn to love. I mean, I don't know what the final answer is, but this is the kind of question that comes up and the kind of answer that comes up.
That feels a little bit, wishful thinking isn't the right way, but that feels like a very specific to you prognostication.
Absolutely.
Like,
It's
when
beyond the math.
Yeah, when I hear you describing that, I think of war games and Jacob learning like, oh, there's no way to win at thermonuclear war. The only way to win is to not play. Great ending to a movie. But like, when I think about, okay, wait, why would consciousness, this grand consciousness that the math seems to point to, why would it need to understand itself? Why would it need to discover love? It's like, and I think about this a lot, and we talked about this in the last time we were together. I was saying, when you've got a machine and you're trying to like get AI to do something, you have to give it directives. You have to tell it to do something. But somebody had to tell it to do that thing. So who is telling consciousness, oh, you should care about love?
Well, and I completely agree with you, Tom. I think that the things I just threw out should probably be thrown out. Right. But the idea is we don't have good ideas in this space. So the reason so when I put these ideas out, I'm not wedded to them in the least. But I'm saying better to have something on the table that we can say, that's not it, than to have nothing on the table. Because at least we can say, okay, that's not it, but so why isn't that it? What's wrong with that? And then we can try to play with it and say, well, how can we get something better? So I put some bad pieces on the table because I don't have anything better to, so it's poverty of my imagination. But I'm hoping by putting bad pieces on the table and having people go, no, that's not it, I would go, yeah, that's not it. So what is it? What is a better idea? But of course, that's a never-ending process. Gödel tells us that in some sense we'll always be putting bad pieces on the table. And so we have to learn to live with that. We have to learn to say, I'm not going to get the final theory of everything, no matter, even if you're an Einstein, which you put down on the table, we're eventually going to say, here's the limits of that. And that's going to be always the case with scientific theories. It's just that in the things I just threw on the table, the limits are so obvious and so clear that you can just sort of say right away that that doesn't seem right. And I had a nice lunch a few days ago with Annika Harris, and when I was putting these ideas, and she had exactly the same attitude, which is that she said, it sounds too romantic, Don, and I agree. But it's better to put something on the table and get a negative reaction so that we start to say, okay, well, what are better places to go in this? But always realize that Gödel is telling us this very humbling thing. You'll never get a theory of everything. And that means there'll always be the feeling of, yeah, but there's more. Yeah, but there's more. Even if you're Einstein, yeah, but there's more.
So consciousness, one, I want to understand, as we look at that recent Nobel Prize winning for realizing that local reality isn't a thing, if there is this uber consciousness, how would it not cause the like constant collapsing? If consciousness is more fundamental than space-time, how is it not causing this constant collapse down to being observed? Because if consciousness is the thing that gives rise to that, it would by nature be aware.
Right. So to really give a technical answer to that, what we're going to have is a mathematical theory of consciousness first, right? So what do we mean by consciousness? And write down equations for how its dynamics. And then we're going to have to say, where is consciousness? Is it inside space-time? See, most of my colleagues who are studying consciousness, my cognitive neuroscience, these are brilliant researchers and friends, but they're thinking of consciousness as inside space-time. It's being made by the brain, or being made by an AI computer that's complicated enough, or made by integrated information, or microtubule quantum collapses, or global workspace kind of architectures and the right broadcast architecture there. So there's something inside space-time that's generating consciousness. So that's I would say 99% of my colleagues and friends, and by the way, they're brilliant, but they're thinking inside space-time. That's almost all of the work is inside space-time, and consciousness is stuck inside space-time. I'm saying we need a theory of consciousness outside space-time because our best science tells us that space-time is a trivial data structure. It's a shallow, trivial data structure. Why should we try to shoehorn consciousness to be something inside space-time Why not think about, again, the VR case with my headset? All that I'm perceiving is actually not really there. It's actually in my consciousness. Let's turn things around. Space-time and particles and the physical world is just a little tiny data structure inside consciousness. So to have that kind of model, so consciousness is fundamental. Consciousness then uses tiny little headsets in its interactions with itself. And space-time is just one trivial little headset that conscious agents use to interact with, and probably has far more interesting ones than space-time. So to answer your question, we then really have to say, our mathematical model of consciousness, and how does that precisely project into our little space-time headset and give us the laws of quantum field theory, the laws of general relativity, evolution by natural selection. We have to get, so all the stuff that we've done inside the headset, science has been inside the headset until the last couple decades. All of our science has been studying the pixels in our headset and the structure of our pixels. With the amplitude-hedron, science is taking a step outside the headset and saying, what is beyond space and time? Okay, so that's really incredible. So, and then they say the deepest thing we found are these decorated permutations. That's the deepest thing we found so far. It doesn't mean it's the final answer. It's just as far as we've gotten. So what we need to do is take a theory of consciousness. We call it conscious agents in my case, or conscious units. Annika likes me to use conscious units instead of conscious agents because agency involves maybe the notion of a self. And there doesn't have to be a notion of a, like the human kind of self in these agents. They could be selfless in some sense, but conscious.
How?
Well, so my self is,
I mean, don't most people define consciousness as it is like something to be you?
Right. The self, though, is like, I'm Don Hoffman. I was born in such and such a year. My parents were such and such. I got educated. It's a story.
Yeah.
But in some sense, if I just let go of the story, if I forgot my story, I would still be conscious. If I forget if I forget everything that I've done, give me a little drug and I just see.
It's an experience machine.
I'm still conscious. And so
Okay.
the self in terms of a little story, and what's interesting is we put so much emphasis in the story, and me versus you, and I've got more than you, or I'm smarter than you, or I'm faster than you. Even little kids, my car is faster than you. My daddy's can beat up your, that kind of thing.
Right.
So we're always comparing our stories. So there's no self in these conscious agents in the sense of this little image of myself that I'm defending and showing that it's better than yours, daddy, or your car, or whatever it might be. So I call them conscious agents, but we could call them conscious units. But the key thing is that has to be mathematically precise, even though we understand that our mathematics will always be just our current baby step. But nevertheless, you need to be mathematically precise. And we have to show precisely a mapping into space-time. Then we can start to answer your question about how is this local realism thing related to properties of consciousness.
Now, the reason we have to map in space-time is because we know that space-time, even if it's just a sort of cheap simulation, it does come from whatever is more foundational than that.
And that's where all our data is. The only place our headset lets us look is inside the headset. So we have to, if we're going to do experiments to test our theories, we're stuck with this little tiny trivial data structure called space-time. And all of our experiments have to be done in space-time. We have to measure them inside space-time. So that's why we have to take our theory of consciousness and project it into space-time. Now, what's interesting is that the physicists have gone beyond space-time and found these monoliths, as we talked about, the monolith that's sitting there, the amplitude-hedron and so forth, and then the decorated permutation monolith, but no dynamics. So the physicists are going to eventually want a dynamics, right?
Why? If you have no space and time, why would something need to move?
A physicist like Nima, I won't put it on him. If I were the physicist and said, you know what? Here's the final answer. It's the amplitude-hedron and a decorated permutation. Live with it. That's all there is. And some 20-year-old kid taking a graduate class will go, give me a break. You want me to just live with that? I'm going to look deeper. I'm going to probe deeper. I'm going to find something behind that. And that's what science always does. So we're not. So none of the physicists. Of course, we have a big party and are really happy about the amplitude-hedron and the decorator. It's an incredible accomplishment. But the attitude is going to be, what's next? And in principle, they're going to want a dynamics, not time. So you can have dynamics without what we call time, as in space-time. So the notion of dynamics or sequence is a far more general notion than just the notion of time as we see it in terms of space-time. So we wanted dynamics in that more general sense of something where there are sequences, where it's not just a static object.
Because there are things that we see in our headset of space-time that leads us to believe that sequencing must be a part of whatever is fundamental?
Well, possibly, yes, that, and possibly because we, I think, would be impatient or unhappy with a theory that just says, God said this object, and that's it. There is this object, live with it. That's the final answer. No scientist would be happy with that. Why did God say that? Why couldn't God said something else? And why did it have to be static? Why couldn't there be some dynamics, not a space-time dynamics, but some kind of something happening? Why can't? So now the answer may be that the geometry is all there is and there is no dynamics. But we're not going to just accept that at face value. We're going to have to be taken there kicking and screaming, right? And made to believe that, because nothing else works. But so that's why I think that the physicists themselves are going to look for dynamics behind the decorated permutations. So what a theory of consciousness has to do then, if it wants to connect with space-time, is it has to show how it maps onto decorated permutations. Right? You need a dynamical theory of consciousness, and you must show how it maps into decorated permutations. Then the physicists say, if you give me the decorated permutations, I can take you all the way into space-time, and you can predict scattering at the Large Hadron Collider and so forth. And so that's what our team has just done in the last 10 weeks. We discovered a new bit of mathematics, that the dynamics of conscious agents is so-called Markov chains, Markovian dynamics, a very, very simple kind of probabilistic dynamics. And so a couple months ago, we decided to look, okay, how do you map Markov chains into decorated permutations? So that we could put a dynamics behind the amplituhedron. And as far as we could tell, there's nothing published in terms of a general theory. There are special little cases where they've looked at something, but a general theory, take any Markov chain, map it into decorated permutation.
A Markov chain is just the long tail knock-on effect of things bumping into each other, essentially.
Right, just probabilistic. This happens with that probability, this happens with that probability. All the probabilities have to sum to one.
What are the probability of when the cue ball hits the balls on the pool table that they will end up in this configuration? That's
right. In the case of conscious agents, I should be explicit. It's like it's a social network, right? This is now consciousness. So it's a network of agents, and in some sense, the probabilities are, what's the probability that this guy is going to talk to that guy? Or these 3 guys, or those 5 guys. And so it's sort of like network linkage. Google has a lot of links, a lot more than Hoffman. So Google has a lot of things that are talking to Google. Hoffman has a very few things. Apple has a lot of things talking to them. So those probabilities are sort of saying it's network probabilities. What's the probability that in some sense it's your influence in too as well? Google has huge influence because of all the networks, all the connections it's got. Much more than someone who only has 5 followers, right? Google has millions or hundreds of millions. And then there's, if you think about it, someone tweets, and then that gets picked up, and who picks it up, and who retweets it, and who likes it, and so forth. So you see it's all probabilities, right? Someone does something, and it ripples through the whole network probabilistically, and you can't know exactly. Even though Tom is a follower of somebody else, doesn't mean that Tom's going to tweet everything. It's what does Tom like? Or maybe Tom just missed that. I mean, he had something else that day. So it's all probabilistic, and so you see these evolving probabilities on this network, and that's what Markov chains are really good at. They're looking at literally, so the theory of conscious agents, think social networks, like Twitterverse and so forth, and how influences propagate in the Twitterverse. And then, so what we found about 10 weeks ago was we invented, apparently, as far as we can tell, new math. A precise way to take any Markovian dynamics and map it into decorated permutations. So we now have a map from the dynamics of conscious agents into decorated permutations. The physicists then...
And decorated permutations, for people that don't know, is the...
Shuffling.
but it's shuffling that can go either direction. So I have the good fortune that you were explaining this to me before we started rolling. I don't want people to think that I'm more clever than I am. But decorated permutations, you said, okay, when people think about shuffling a deck, they think about card 1 going into the 3rd position. They don't think about card 1 going, if there's 5 cards, going the other way. So instead of going 1, 2, and ending up at 3, it goes 5, 4, and ending up at 3. So same number of moves, but you've gone in a different direction. And am I explaining that right?
Yeah, but the idea of the 2 different directions is important, but it's just a slight difference. So suppose I have 5 cards, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
And they're in order, and now I'm going to shuffle them. And now I say, well, okay, 1 went to position 3 now, but 5 went to position 2. So 1 going to 3 is sort of shuffling forward, right? You went to a bigger number. 5 going to 2, you're going to a smaller number. You're going backward. So that a normal permutation, that's fine. That's what a normal permutation is. A decorated permutation says you only shuffle to a bigger number. So if you want 5 to go to 2, what you're going to do is you're going to have 5 go to 7, because 7 minus 5, 5 is the biggest number, 7 minus 5 is 2. Okay? But if 5 had gone to 1, then we'd actually go 5 goes to 6, because 6 minus 5 is 1. So it's a wraparound. So if 1 is going to 3, then you just do the normal thing. 1 goes to 3. But if some permutation is going to a smaller number, like 3 goes to 1, then you actually have to say 3 goes to 6, because the total of 5, and 5 plus 1 is 6. So that's called a decorated permutation. So it's just a permutation with this extra little twist. It's not a big deal, frankly. It just turned out that you needed that extra twist to fully capture the particle physics, scattering of particles. So when you do that, what's stunning is, for some cases, so in the approximation in which all particles are supersymmetric and massless, so they're all traveling at the speed of light. They're massless, so they travel at the speed of light. In that simple case, the decorated permutation is everything. That's it. And when you let go of supersymmetry and you have massive particles, then all you have to do is you have the decorated permutation, plus you need to add information about the mass and the spin. But the decorated permutation is really doing the heavy lifting. So that's the stunning thing, is to the physicists, which is, and you see it in the writings when you read like Nima Arkani Hamed has the book, Grassmannian geometry of scattering amplitudes, with a bunch of, when they talk about the decorated permutations, you can see in the way they write, they're like, who ordered this? I mean, you would never have guessed that it would be something like that. So, but here's an interesting thing. It turns out that decorated permutations are the most compact way to capture a Markovian dynamics. It's an incredibly compact way of capturing the dynamics. It basically is telling you, what decorated permutations in a dynamical system are telling you is your social network. Who are you connected to? Who are you interacting with?
By only shuffling in one direction, you better capture.
You better capture that. Like, if you want, I can go into the details.
It's so foreign to me.
Right.
I don't know how much the details, but that's really strange. So that's where we get into the math. Fair enough. I'll accept it as true.
Right. We could do the math if you want, but
well,
it is a little technical.
The last time that we did the math, it actually ended up being really fascinating. So let's try it. Let's see how far we get before my brain snaps in half.
Okay. So the key thing about these decorated permutations that gives them this extra power,
yep,
is that there's 2 ways to map to yourself, right? So if you shuffle the cards, but card number 1 stays number 1, then 1 goes to 1, right? But with the decorated permutation, you could say, well, if there were, say, 5 cards, then you could say, well, 1 goes to 1, but also 1 goes to 6 is another way of saying that you stayed yourself, because 6 mod 5 is 1. 6 minus 5 is 1.
Yep.
So there are so-called
What happens if I want to move 5 to position 4? That's really 9, and you said that 7 was the max. So
no, so the max would be 10.
Okay.
Right.
Got it.
So if you have 5 cards, the maximum number would be 10. For n cards, it's 2n.
Right. Understood.
So for 5, so if there are 5 cards, 5 could either map to itself 5 to 5, or 5 goes to 10.
Yep.
Because that would be, so the 1 is called the first decoration of the identity, because it's the identity move, 5 went to 5. And the other is called the second decoration of the identity. And there's another branch of mathematics where they're called loops and co-loops. But anyway, so the way it matters in terms of the physics, now in physics, when you have the first decoration of the identity, it corresponds to what they call a zero-dimensional space. So in some sense, the thing doesn't exist. It's a zero-dimensional. And when it maps to itself in the second kind of identity, then it's its own one-dimensional space, a separate one-dimensional space. So the reason for the decorated permutation is to capture that distinction between something that is alone in the sense that it's essentially empty versus alone in the sense that it's just a one-dimensional space, a line versus just a zero-dimensional point. You needed to capture those two things. And so it does. But for the Markov dynamics, it captures something about social networks that's interesting. Either I'm alone, I'm the identity, I'm alone because I'm talking to myself, and so I'm only talking to myself, or I'm alone because I'm not even talking to myself. And so the case in which I'm not even talking to myself is the first decoration of the identity, and the one in which I'm only talking to myself and nobody else, that's the second. And as soon as I'm talking to anybody else, then I get a non-trivial permutation, and that then, what you do is you assign, if say I'm in the social network and I'm number 2, and suppose that my decorated permutation assigns me to 5. There's only 5 members. That means that my social network, everybody in my social network is captured between 2 and 5 total. So for example, number 1 is not in my social network.
Yep.
Right. So what the decorated permutation for a dynamical system is doing is it's capturing, now it could be that, for example, when I go 2 to 5, maybe 4 isn't in my network, but I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to say everybody that's in my network is captured between 2 and 5, inclusive of 2 and 5. And when you look at the whole decorated permutation, you'll figure out that 4 wasn't in the social network of 2. You can figure it out from the decorated permutation. So that's why it's a really compact representation of everything. So eventually we may actually use this in social network theory. Our new mathematics of decorated permutations for dynamics may actually end up being a very compact representation of social networks. I haven't even thought about that yet, but that could be.
As you were explaining it, I was like, are they going to run this math for predictive models for social networking?
Well, it is right now the most compact mathematics that we can use to describe social networks. And the dynamics of social networks, basically the dynamics of who are you actually interacting with. So this is a brand new tool that has never been, as far as I know, used. We invented it. So we have a paper that we're about to submit for publication in 2 or 3 weeks where we present this. And I did give a professional talk at Stanford a month or 2 ago, where I presented the math.
I don't know how people put this shit together. Like, this is so abstract for me. I am clinging on by my fingernails, and I would not want to have to explain decorated permutations to anybody.
Right.
But that's really interesting. So we're caught in between 2 things. One, talking about the things that we can predict and how utterly fascinating it is when you can actually map out, this is what happens.
Right.
And then talking about how, oh yeah, everything that you're mapping is totally fake. It's really interesting. But that's one of the things that I've always, I cognitively, I don't have that ability. It doesn't come naturally to me.
Me either.
Like, I have to loop around this stuff so many times just to get like the real basics. But the idea of being able to understand a system so well that you can predict it, this goes back to what I was saying. My whole thing in life is when you can accurately predict the outcome of your actions, things get very interesting. And so anything, that like gets, as of right now, I can't digest that enough to make it usable in my life, but it hints at this idea of you really can map out, if I do this, this, and this, even as it gets more and more complicated, you really can predict what the outcome is going to be. And the closer that you can get to that, the more effective you will be in your life, especially because so much of what one does in business, it's all human psychology. And so if you have a way, I mean, and this really gets into right now, impact theory is investing hugely into AI in what we're doing in terms of our funnels, AI in terms of what we're doing in the gaming side, and acknowledging that even though you have a wall of data that as a person you can't work your way through, there are patterns in that data
Oh, yes.
that are highly leverageable. And in fact, one of the things, like as you're talking, and I don't think you share my obsession with this, but you might, my obsession with physics is getting people to understand that when Einstein wrote down his general relativity and special relativity, it gave us the modern world in ways that I don't think people fully understand.
Right.
From being able to zoom, to GPS, to atomic energy. I mean, it's really spectacular. Once you're able to better understand the nature of reality, you can do things with that because it makes predictions. I can't remember if we were talking about that before or after we started rolling, but that ability to, oh, that theory makes this prediction, and you can begin to think in novel ways. And so for a while I was teaching a course that I called Business Decision Making. It's the worst fucking title ever. Nobody knows what that means, but it actually is the only thing in business that matters. You have to be able to go, should I do this? Should I not do this? What will happen if I interpret the world this way versus that way? And people that succeed in business, they get very good at knowing how to think through the problem. To think through the problem, you have to understand the nature of things. And so my whole thing was, hey, are you doing social media? You better understand the nature of social media. What's the nature of social media? It's human psychology plus the algorithm. And so if you master both, now you can really do something.
Right.
The problem is that both of those data sets are so massive that you're really taking your best swag.
Right.
And getting into this stuff is, for me, if we really can peel through the headset and start getting into, all these things, it's a really low fidelity thing, and this will scare people, but if you're the first person to poke through that, oh my God, you have, not to take the dark example, but we ended World War II by being the first to understand atomic energy and how to split the atom. There are way more uplifting and positive examples, but that's just the one that will stick out in everybody's consciousness. But being able to, in fact, this is something that I don't know if you know Eric Weinstein, but talking to him, he's looking at, okay, what's that next breakthrough and what's it going to let us predict? And so that's his whole obsession is we've got people playing at very high levels, and if he's right and he understands something that other people don't understand, it's going to make predictions, and we don't know where those predictions go. They could be good, they could be terrifying, could be life-changing in a good way, in a bad way, but getting people to understand you need to be obsessed at least at the headset level. You have to be obsessed with better predicting what all this means. So anyways, you're talking about decorated permutations and stuff. It just gets me thinking about large data sets, how we simplify that, what that's going to mean in my world in terms of business intelligence, identifying an audience, understanding what will convert. It really matters. It plays out in a really real way.
It does, and I think a metaphor here might illustrate how big the potential is. Science of space-time has been all in the headset. And we've become wizards of the headset, just like someone in Grand Theft Auto has become a wizard at using the steering wheel and the gas to go through the space-time of the Grand Theft Auto virtual world. But suppose that you learned to think outside the headset. You actually understand the software in the supercomputer that's running it. Then you can take the gas out of the tank of the wizard. You can give him flat tires or her flat tires. You can change the geometry of the roads. In other words, the wizard is trivial compared to what you can do once you have learned how the headset works. So science has just taken its first baby steps outside of the headset. Just in the last 20 years, we're taking our first baby step. Once we start to understand the first level of software that's available to us, I'm not saying we're going to get the whole thing. I mean, as Gödel's incompleteness theorem says, the software is endless. But the way things seem to work is you do get to see layer by layer by layer. So as we go to the first layer of the software, the wizardry inside space-time is going to look trivial compared. So right now, for example, something like 97% of the galaxies that we can see, we could never go to. They're moving away from us faster than the speed of light. Not because they're moving through space faster than the speed of light, they're not. But space itself is expanding so quickly that if we move through space to try to get to them, the space would be expanding so fast that we couldn't get to them at the speed of light. And so there's 97% of the real estate in our universe is waving at us, saying, hi, you can never come see me.
Yeah, that's fascinating, especially because if space can expand faster than the speed of light, this is more, at least in my limited mind, pointing at like
something deeper.
Yeah, there's something else going on.
But what if we didn't have to go through space to get to Alpha Centauri?
Yeah,
Or
this
to
is,
the Andromeda?
every time you say this, it turns me on. Like, this is so
That's the
exciting.
This is where I'm really. This is one reason why I'd like to understand our theory of conscious agents outside. I'm not saying the theory of conscious agents is right, but it's the first baby step that I've seen where it's a dynamical system, where you can actually talk about quote unquote software that you could tinker with. You could actually do something with it. That would allow us perhaps new technologies where we don't go through space to the Andromeda galaxy. That would take us 2.4 million years. Good luck. Even your great-great-grandkids wouldn't be alive. But what if we could go around space? Because our headset is just a headset. You can just change the software. Oh, you want to be at Alpha Centauri or Andromeda? Just change the software. Now you're there. Because you realize that space-time isn't the reality. It's just a data structure. You can play with the data structure. As soon as the next generation, my generation won't get it. The next generation that really gets it is going to unleash miracles, because we will then start to really get the software behind space-time. We will begin to tinker with it, and the possibilities are endless. I can't even imagine.
Speaking of imagining, ground me back in how you think about this in your real life. So I know that you got clobbered by COVID.
Yeah.
You wrote a goodbye text to your wife, I'm assuming because it was COVID and she couldn't come in the room, because this was really early, right? How did that influence that moment for you?
Well,
Like, were you just like, oh, it's all a headset, who cares? Bye, babe.
yeah, I wish I could
Peace.
say, I'm this really enlightened guy in the science and spirituality, and so I was just really calm, and I wish I could say that, but I was in tremendous pain. My heart had been pounding, the arrhythmia, cardiac arrhythmia, 190 beats per minute, 180 beats per minute for 36 hours.
Jesus.
I knew that my heart couldn't do that much longer, and they hadn't been able to figure out a way to stop it. And so, like 4 o'clock in the morning, my wife was asleep, but I didn't know that I would make it until she was awake. So I texted her. I knew I wouldn't wake her up. She has her thing on mute, but I at least wanted to give her a goodbye text, because I figured by the time she was up, I wouldn't be alive. And after I did the text, within an hour after that, so they found a drug that calmed my heart down and was able to keep my heart calm long enough so I could eventually get a surgery, which then cured the problem. So I,
What'd you put in the text? You don't have to give me verbatim, obviously that's super private, but like, what was the gist?
When you're feeling that bad, I didn't have the wherewithal to say much. It just said, I don't said, sweetheart, I don't think I'm gonna make it. I love you. And that was it. That was all I had. So there wasn't, so I can imagine someone who's really spiritually adept and advanced might sit there and very calmly, that wasn't me. I was completely shattered. Well, I'd been awake for 48 hours with a heart beating at 180 beats per minute for 36 hours. I was I was done. I was scared, and I was lonely, and I was afraid, and I missed my wife and my daughter and my grandkids, and it was so I have no illusions about being some kind of spiritual master who is above it all. I'm just another human being with the same problems as everybody else. These are really good ideas that I think are helping me to get a bigger picture. But when it comes right down to it, when push comes to shove, there's something inside me that believes that space-time is fundamental. It believes that when the body dies, that's it. So it's really interesting. I'm not coherent. Well, put it this way. Maybe intellectually I'm coherent about this, but there's an emotional side of me that hasn't come along. Now, I am meditating, and I think that slowly the emotional side of me is unraveling. That tight, scared little child that's inside of me that thinks this is all it and is afraid of dying and so forth, it's slowly unraveling. I don't know if it'll ever completely unravel. I hear people that I have no reason to disbelieve who say that they've completely unraveled it and they're completely unafraid of death. I believe that that's possible, but I'm not enlightened. Yeah. So that was my experience. It was sobering. But one thing that comes out of it is when I stop and reflect, I'm grateful for each day because I didn't expect to have any of these days. We discovered this stuff about decorated permutations since then. I'm so grateful to be alive for the fun of, seeing this decorated. That's really neat. And of course, things have happened with my grandkids that are fun. And so everything is a delight and I don't take it for granted. And if I were to face death in the same way again, I'd probably feel afraid and scared and so forth. So
what do you think happens when we die?
My best guess is we just take a headset off.
But that implies like a keeping of the personality.
No, it doesn't. To me, it suggests that the whole story, I was born in such and such a year at such and such a city in such and such a hospital, my parents did this, I did that, I had that whole story may be something that you say goodbye to.
So cognition itself is headset.
That's right, or awareness, pure awareness.
So awareness and consciousness are different.
Yeah, so, well, there's a distinction to be made, and I'm not going to be sort of hard-nosed about the particular words, but you could have a specific conscious experience, like the experience of green, but you could, and that would be a kind of conscious experience, that would be a kind of consciousness. But you could also talk about awareness without any content at all. I'm just aware of awareness. But even that's saying too much. I'm just aware. So I'm not aware of dawn, I'm not aware of where I live, I'm not aware, I'm just aware. And when people meditate and they go into very, very deep levels of meditation where they really let go of all thoughts, then in some sense, yourself dies. Well, is dead. I mean, there is no dawn, there is no, I did this degree, there is no, I have these, that's gone. And yet, in some sense, nothing essential is gone. Nothing essential left. That's just a story. The essential thing is the awareness, and the real joy of being is the awareness itself. The story is a nice add-on, it's icing on the cake, but it's not essential. The real deep joy comes from the pure awareness with no content whatsoever. And so in that sense, I think of, but see, there's part of me that is tied to the story. So that was the part that was scared to death in the hospital. There's another part of me that believes and knows that everything's fine. I'm awareness without content. That's what I really am at my deepest level. But as long as I'm still clinging to the story of dawn, then that is going to die when I die. If I don't choose to die to it while I can choose to die to it, I will be forced to die to it when my body dies. And so there are some spiritual teachers like Eckhart Tolle who says in some sense, I'm already dead. The only thing left is the body. So that I'm not there. But I don't disbelieve. I mean, I disbelieve most of them, but I don't disbelieve some of them. Right? I think that it is possible. In the case, for example, of Eckhart Tolle, I think it's highly probable that he's right. I mean, he really has let go, and he's utterly fearless about death, and I'm not. But I understand in principle why that could be. If I really am not the story, and I've really let go of the story of Don, and I'm no longer identified with. So here's how to know if you've really let go of the story. Am I competing with anybody? Is it important to me to be better than someone, to be better known, to have a better whatever, be smarter, have a better degree, whatever it might be? As long as I'm comparing myself with anybody else and trying, or saying I'm worse, I feel inferior. As long as that's going on in me, then I'm tied to my story, and I'll be afraid of death. It's only when I don't care about comparisons anymore that I've really, truly let go. So if someone cuts me off on the road when I'm driving, if I'm upset about that, I'm tied to my story. That means I'm not ready to die. So you can so when you look at the thing, whatever disturbs you, tells you, that's the hint, okay? You're still tied to the apron strings, the baby story. I'm Don, I was born here, I'm struggling to be important because I have such a small, I'm such this small little thing. I'm a little guy inside space-time. I believe that the avatar of me in this headset is everything that I am. I'm clinging to my avatar, and as long as I'm clinging to it, the possibility of losing that avatar is terrifying. So I'm there. I'm not enlightened. I understand this intellectually. There's something emotional that has to be brought along. It has to be healed or something like that. It's got to be brought along. So, but this it's all a good intellectual story for me, and I'm meditating to have it become a true personal story. But what it ends up being is that even you think about, even your body is just an icon. It's not who you are. If what we're saying is right, space-time is doomed. If the physicists are right, space-time is doomed. Evolution is right. This is just a headset. This is just an avatar. Then I don't even have brains right now. If you look, you'll render brains. But right now I have no brains because they're not being rendered. So neural activity causes none of my behavior. Brains cause none of our behavior. And yet we need to study neuroscience. We need more money for neuroscience because that's the part of our interface that is most informative about the software behind space-time. So if we want to understand the software behind space-time, we're going to have to study the complex thing that we call the brain, which is just the projection of this deeper software. That is the best projection that we've got. So neuroscience is far more complicated than we're thinking right now. We see neurons, we think there are neurons. No. We see neurons, that's a pointer to a realm far more complicated, probably infinitely more complicated, but fortunately we can look at it in steps. So we need more for neurals. So I don't have any brains, but we need to study brains because when we render brains in our headset, that's the most information we're going to have in our headset about the software behind space-time. So, but still, emotionally, we're tied to it. I'm tied to it. And we're wired up to this way. So Piaget, a very famous child psychologist, had talked about what he called object permanence. He said that we're wired to, at a certain stage of our life, believe that this object exists and will continue to exist even if no one looks. Object permanence. And he had the example of 18-month-old baby, a 17-month-old baby. You take a doll, put it behind a pillow, and the baby acts as though the doll no longer exists. But at a certain age, you put the baby, the doll behind the pillow, now the baby will crawl over and try to get it. Okay, right. So now it's got object permanence. So later studies showed that it came much earlier than Piaget thought, maybe even 3 or 4 months. So why is it that I have a hard time thinking of my body as an avatar, as opposed to a real object that exists? Why am I having a hard? Well, it's because I didn't choose to believe that. I was wired up to believe that before I even had reason. So when we believe very, very strongly that these things exist, it's not because we came to a rational conclusion about that. Oh yeah, I thought it through and I know. No, no, no. You believed that when you were 4 months old. That's why you believe it. And it's no deeper than that. We've just never challenged it. That's the glory of science. It goes back, it can challenge things that we believe since we were 3 months old, and it can show us that we were wrong. That's the power of science. And then the power of science is also to tell us the limits of science. Because what science tells us, with Gödel's incompleteness theorem, is there is no theory of everything. But that doesn't mean that we should just do whatever we wish and think what random thoughts we want. No, we're rewarded by thinking precisely and also humbly. Precisely to get as far as our current framework will go, and then humbly to realize that it's just a framework and there's a new one beyond. But that will also be rigorous. And that will also be rigorous. So it's not going into, just whatever you want. It's not like a postmodernist kind of, and again, I don't want to give a wrong impression. I think there's a lot of interesting people that have done really brilliant work in postmodernism. But I'll put it this way, the gist of it that some people get, that do whatever you want, doesn't matter, logic doesn't really require, I think that's just plain wrong. I really like reason because it tells the limits of itself.
If you enjoyed this episode, be sure to check out this other conversation with Peter Diamandis. For those that take the time to understand the most likely path forward, there will be huge opportunities. To help you better navigate what's coming, I bring you futurist Peter Diamandis.